All right, we're live now. Hello, everybody.
Hello?
We're going to be reviewing
Racial
Grant.
slurs?
In a roundabout way, I suppose. There's a lot of them in this movie.
I know, that's why it's actually appropriate for once as a joke.
Yeah, Rangi picked the one movie that would let him get off the hook, alluding to racial slurs because it's plot relevant. Trust me, guys. But yeah, I guess
I am the White Devil.
that is a line in this movie, isn't it? Um, what was I gonna say? We should probably check audio now before we get like half hour in and realize one of us is like basically inaudible. So who wants to check it? I volunteer, Rangi.
Yeah,
I'm already listening to it.
give me a second, because I don't follow you on my private account. I only follow you on my Rangi account.
Damn, snubbed
We
again.
sound fine.
We sound fine. Did we? Did we?
Uh-huh.
Oh my god, that's two streams in a row. Did I actually figure out how to do audio?
Yeah.
Oh wait,
Again.
it might be three in a row because we did Brazil, then we did another Red Rising. Wait, did we do the third Red Rising stream before or after Brazil? Do you remember, Rangi?
Yeah.
I did one like a day ago.
And that was the fourth one. Rangi, do you remember if we did the third Red Rising stream before or after Brazil? I think it was before. I think what Brazil.
I think I remember there was some early audio issues.
Well, yeah.
Before.
If you early, by you mean half an hour. It took half an hour for us to realize that you basically couldn't hear me. I was like at 5% volume. But yeah.
After the audio stream where we fixed the audio, you've done Red Rising 2 and 3 and
Yeah,
4.
yeah, and I think the only time we got it right was 4. So we're on a hot streak for three. Brazil, Red Rising 4, and this one. Okay, let's keep the momentum going. Hopefully, it'll be a golden age of Iron Mandrill streams, and there'll be no more shitty audio, or at least um, inaudible audio. All right, I guess we can start with some fun facts from the year of our Lord 3 AD.
No, my favorite year.
So
My favorite movie came out that year.
yeah, it was quite the banger.
Yeah.
Everyone remembers it fondly. All people who are aged
Avatar -70.
all people who are aged 2020, everyone 2023 and up really remembers that fondly. And again,
Yeah.
wait, no, you have to increase that by like another 5 years because then they'd be infants. Or no, this joke is going on too long to be funny. So
You killed it.
I did kill it. So Augustus is still emperor of the Roman Empire, first Roman Empire. Julius Caesar proclaimed himself emperor and then immediately got murked. So I guess it doesn't really count. Emperor for a day, ass Julius Caesar. So the Emperor Ping of the Han Dynasty is still the Emperor of China, and King Phraates V and Queen Musa still rule the Parthian Empire.
I really hope things work out for
Ping's
Ping.
rule at this point?
What?
How was Ping's rule at this point? I've heard mixed things.
Well, he had to take the heavy burden of succeeding Emperor AI.
No.
It's not an easy
no,
task.
I should have looked him up.
Why?
Well, he's only got to reign till 6.
Oh no! Spoilers, Art.
In fact, dissatisfied with his father's dictatorial regency, in AD 3, Wang's son Wang Yu conspired with Emperor Ping's maternal uncles of the Wei clan against the regent. But after they were discovered, Wang Mang had not only Wang Yu and the Wei's put to death, but also used this opportunity to accuse many actual or potential political enemies of being part of the conspiracy to execute or exile them. From then onwards, the Han Dynasty existed only in name.
Interesting. Also, Art, you stole my fun facts.
Can't wait to see how this saga ends. I'm cheering for Wang Mang personally.
Yeah, because the fun fact for China was Wang Mang foils a plot by his son Wang Yu, his brother-in-law Lu Quan, and the Wei clan. But this just sounds like a Mortal Kombat plot. To oust him from the regent position, Wang Yu and Lu Quan are killed in the purge that follows.
Chinese surnames are very interesting.
They're also very similar sounding. They all kind of sound the same.
Hi, Dake.
Hello, Dake. Don't you agree that all
They
Chinese
said that.
people sound the
From
same?
what I understand, there's reasons for that, but I don't remember what they were.
I mean, it's any cultural thing. You names are similar to each other. I mean, it varies by culture, but like a lot of times you'll like spin off names of previous names to like keep it close within like the family or culture or religion, what have you.
Let me pop out the chat so I can see what Dake is saying.
And then Martin
While
took
I'm
it to the
beating him and
extreme
Civ.
and made all his characters sound like exactly the same. So it's like even for diehard fans, like fuck, which one was that again? Dake's in the chat. Hello, Dake. Hello, boyos.
But from what I understand, though, Asian surnames there's at least with Korean surnames, I know there's specific reasons around it.
Wow, Rangi. We're talking about China and just like China, Korea, same thing. So much hate.
Well, no, but I'm wondering if there might be a similar thing with China for it.
I mean, Korea is literally right next to China, so probably similar reasons.
Yeah, so with Korea, there was a period or a few periods where taking on the emperor's surname was like a thing to
It's the
do to show
fashionable
loyalty.
thing to do.
No, it was a thing that they were doing. People were doing to loyalty, and I'm only going off memory here, but I remember I don't actually, maybe it was Vietnam, maybe I know it was one of the Asian countries, but it wouldn't surprise me if it sounds like something that's kind of intuitive in a way.
Forgot to put up my AD banner while we're talking about it. This is all good setting the groundwork for later because we're getting a lot into Asian culture in this movie. But yeah, going back to European culture, the rule of Emperor Augustus is renewed for a 10-year period. So I guess, does he just like renew himself?
They resubscribe.
Well, but like he's the emperor, so it's just like, you know what?
Yeah,
even after they raise prices.
Empire.
But like, who like elects him for another 10 years? So he's just like, all right.
He did.
I just feel like I'm gonna give myself another 10-year term. Like, what's the point?
Well, there probably is some kind of council or something that's like acted as some kind of body.
Well, there was, but that was the whole thing that like Caesar did. He like took away all the power from the Senate and gave it to himself, so they killed him for it.
Yeah. So they had one. So they could either vote for Caesar or they could vote for Caesar. It sounds like a fair election to me.
But my point was, what's even the pretense? Just like, why did just like I'm gonna live until I don't feel like it anymore? Why be like, I'm going to give myself 10 more years to my term? No objections? That's what I thought.
No objections. Good. You all get to go home today.
For people who were born this year, Ban Bao, Chinese historian and official, was born this year. Happy birthday, Ban Bao.
Ban Bao. It's probably Ban Bao.
Ben Bio. Ben
he's
Bio.
the cousin of Consort Ban.
Is he?
Yeah, Ban is probably a family name.
You would know, being the weeb.
Ban Biao began the Book of Han.
I don't know a lot about Chinese history. I know a little bit, and I've actually been trying to look into more recently.
Well, if you want some more Chinese history, Gang Yan, Chinese general of the Han Dynasty, was born this year.
Well, good for him.
Yeah. Happy birthday, Gang Yan.
Wait, is that the one from Romance of the Three Kingdoms?
Dude, I don't fucking know. All I know is he was born this year. That's all I know.
Not mentioned on his Wikipedia page, though.
I could go to his Wikipedia page.
I'm on his Wikipedia right now. Oh, he conquered all of T.
Oh.
T.
He conquered the substance known as T.
He's the reason. Yeah, he's the reason that all the T's.
So he essentially enslaved your country, Art. You're a slave. Your country's a slave to T.
All the T's in China, you dummy.
Well, I was gonna say, no, Art's country. Do you not know about the opium wars?
Yeah, I know about the opium
wars. Art's country
wars.
got their revenge.
Yeah, they put all of China on opium. Like, like, oh, you're gonna close your ports to us? Insert drug epidemic. Now, how about reopening your ports, assholes?
Reasonable response, if you ask me.
In folklore, the 28 generals of the Cloud Terrace are believed to correspond to the 28 mansions, with Gangyang corresponding to the Fang Rabbit.
Interesting.
I'm sorry, somebody in my Civ game just named their religion Rangi must die.
Rangi, how are you going to be playing Civ if you're hosting the stream or like
I'm doing a good job so far.
Regent hosting?
That
I'm passing temporary control of the stream to you. I might have to seize it back.
yeah, well, and we're still in the intro segment. This is still your era.
Fair. Fair is fair.
Yeah, you dick.
Plus, I can make everyone else wait on me if I have to. It's fine.
Tiberius Claudius Balbus, or wait, Tiberius Claudius Balbius. Balbus.
Oh, that's strange. He's got a longer name on his own Wikipedia page.
Oh, it's longer than Tiberius Claudius Balbius?
Yeah, it's Tiberius Claudius Balbillus Modestus.
Oh. Romans did have like really long names.
Ancient Roman scholar, politician, and a court astrologer to the Roman emperors Claudius, Nero, and Vespasian.
Well, that famous politician and astrologer was born this year, so happy birthday, Tiberius. So I'm sure you'll go on this, discover many stars, and write many laws.
Was it happy birthday? Do you know if his family showed up?
Probably.
True. Also, he's a character in the TV show I, Claudius.
Interesting. Who played him?
That's interesting. You did.
That's a good question. Let's find out.
No, Iron did.
I mean, probably.
One of my lives I did. Monkeys have 7 lives. I think that's the same.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah.
I think
There's
that was
400 people in this show who are called Tiberius.
Oh, damn. So no luck on finding out who played him?
I'm working on it.
Well, he's working on that. Bao Wan or Bao Zan, Bao Yan, Bao Zhuan, Chinese politician in the Han Dynasty, died by committing suicide in prison after being arrested, sentenced to exile. Then, while he was in exile, he was arrested again in prison and then forced to kill himself. So, rip, buddy.
You know what? We were gonna exile you, but you're just too much trouble. Just KYS.
Well, dude,
it's all because of Wang Mang again.
Is it because of Wang Mang again?
Is it because of Wang Mang?
Yeah, it says he later died in prison for opposing Wang Mang.
Damn, Wang Mang. He's got his grubby little hands all over China.
Sounds like he was an OG back in the day,
So who was Wang Mang to Emperor Ping again?
He was his uncle?
His uncle, okay.
Let me think. Let me see. Ping.
Look, he had his fingers in a lot of pots. I say that we're gonna learn he had some kind of sex scandal at some point.
He was his regent.
Uh-huh.
That makes sense because it wasn't Ping like 8 or something.
Yeah, about that. Also, Bao Zhuan's already raided tomb was discovered in May 2007.
Oh.
Well, apparently it was discovered before that because someone raided it.
Yeah, that's someone else got there first and just didn't report the crime.
It's literally the next day after they finished it.
But yeah, that's all my fun year 3 AD facts. Maybe in the future I'll do what Art does and like go a little bit more in depth. I don't know how long we want to have these segments go.
I think it's fine for you to do that, and then I come in with gives me something to do.
All right.
No, I like this format.
All right, we'll keep it that way.
But let's move on.
Yeah, well, that was it. But in the future, we'll keep up with that format where I'll lay out the highlights, and then Art can be like my detail analysis guy. Like, who's Joe Rogan's guy that he has? Like, hey, pull up this.
Jamie, I think it's
Jamie.
Jamie, yeah, you can be my Jamie. There you go. Mm-hmm. And Rangi's just the cuck in the corner and just watches like, yeah. Sounds decent.
Well, in this analogy, Rangi fills in the role of Statler and Waldorf from the Muppets.
Yes, and I'm
Yes.
fine with that role.
He just heckles me and
That's
Art
the
while we share our history lessons.
No, he heckles historical figures, even better.
Yeah, there you go. But what?
no, that just made me laugh.
Good job, Art.
Yeah,
I feel like somebody could make like an animated like series on that. It would do really well.
Yeah, we'll get into that fun fact soon, Art. Well, I'm sure it's not too long from now. Sometime this year, we'll get to that fun fact you DM everyone.
episode 6.
Yeah,
So,
it's the search for more money.
General thoughts on the movie? I guess yes. Gran Torino.
I guess I'll go first because my first time seeing it. I was very impressed. Um, Probably is my favorite Clint Eastwood movie. But then again, the only other Clint Eastwood movie I saw was Dirty Harry, which is still very good, but I like this one better.
Jesus.
And I need to watch more Clint Eastwood movies, which is it's a shame because it's my
you
dad's
do.
favorite actor. Just for some reason, we just never got around to watching any of them. I guess he's seen them all so many times, he doesn't really think to like put them on for me, I guess. But I'll make the rounds for that. But yes, very good film. Walt Kowalski, played by Clint Eastwood, is just fucking phenomenal throughout the whole movie. Just the little stares of disgust he gives, especially in the beginning segments. They're just like, ugh. They're just great, great character work and just great performances and great direction.
Especially because oftentimes, if you pay attention to what he's reacting to, it adds extra like character depth to him.
Well, yeah, it's like his granddaughter's wearing like a belly shirt to church, and his grandson's wearing a Lions jersey, and it's like his grandma's funeral or his wife's funeral, and their grandma's funeral, and they're like, that's the best they could do to show respect, is like just pure disgust.
I think you understand immediately that theme, yeah.
Yeah, he's just
But
disappointed in his grandchildren, but more so his own children for raising those grandchildren that way. And then I guess in a very roundabout way, you get to find out the root of it all later. He's disappointed in himself for not raising his kids better. That's kind of like one of the major cruxes of the film. But yeah, no, it was I was really impressed with the character journey. They took Walt on because he starts off the film extremely racist and xenophobic, and he does what they do in this film is very unique. I feel because most of the time when they do a film like this, they'll have the character realize the errors of his ways and like have almost like a complete personality shift, like they're like almost like a completely different person by the end of the film. Whereas Walt is able to stay the same like cranky old racist talking man, but like it's just the way he shoots the shit now instead of actually meaning it. Whereas like in the beginning of the film, he does mean it, and like he comes around on the Asians of his community, and it's just like his way of showing affection by calling them racial slurs, which is just a fun way to kind of keep him in character while learning a lesson. Whereas like a lesser film would have him like stop using racial slurs altogether at the end of the film. But yeah, good stuff. I really enjoyed it.
Oh, yeah. Well, because it's like when it comes to things like that, it's not really as much as of a willing choice at that point. It's like it's almost a verbal tick. It's like you've been saying these things so long, like you're not going to just stop talking like you always have, you know?
Yeah, because you have to like it's like he's what in his 70s at least at this point. So
I know. Yeah,
Clint Eastwood was 78 when they made this movie.
So and his character is probably about the same age. So
probably somewhere around there. Yeah.
Well, it would make sense he's in Korea, and so he would have been Korea is 20.
Yeah, he was in the Korean War. The movie was made in 2008. Art, what are your general thoughts about the movie?
Well, I hadn't seen it actually since it came out.
Oh wow!
So this was a rewatch after a really long time. It's probably one of Clint Eastwood's best movies as a director. Probably one of his best movies as an actor. It was really interesting because he kind of takes the archetypal Eastwood role and twists it on its head a little bit. He uses the kind of less is more, the squint, the Eastwood sort of tropes, if you will, and employs him in a completely different way than he had ever had before, and it makes it really interesting as a watch. Because you get to see him play probably the most flawed character he'd ever played, and one of the most interesting characters. And then I like the way they explore the different cultures within the movie.
What
The movie's also
you mean the different varieties of poor?
the movie's also really really funny.
Oh, for sure. I was cackling.
Oh,
throughout
it
the
is.
film.
There's a lot of comedy in the movie.
Someone said like if you watch it from in a certain way, it's almost actually not a drama. It's a very very black comedy, culture clash comedy.
I mean, yeah.
I see that.
Even
I see that.
even his death is kind of comedic in a way.
I think it. I don't think it goes far enough for me to call it a comedy necessarily, but I would see what people mean.
like I don't.
I mean, I was surprised when I watched it earlier today, like how much I was actually laughing at different moments.
Oh, dude, there's so many good one-liners, and just the way like the characters bounce off each other, especially his relationship with
Well, my favorite is the
Tao
barbershop scene.
Oh yeah, and Martin.
I was just gonna say the same way he takes him to the barbershop.
Oh yeah, and he has to keep him
so
walking in the
funny.
door. Yeah, that's he just has this really good chemistry with like all the various characters in the film, and it's like it is interesting because a lot of these kids, like a lot of the Asian actors, this was like they're not very established, so it's like he was just bouncing off some very.
We're gonna talk about that. That's in my notes.
Because like I think because that's an interesting thing about this film. Other than Clint Eastwood, there's really not a lot of star power in this film. I mean, the guy who plays Martin, I recognized him, the barber, and I recognized
You did.
what?
Yeah, of course you did. He's one of the greatest character actors of all time. Also, I've met him before.
Well, that's cool. I forget, like he's one of those people like you're like, oh shit, I've seen him in a bunch of stuff, and I can't remember any other role he's done, but I know I've seen him in like a shit ton of things, which is that's good for a character actor. You kind of want them to kind of blend into your memory.
I was going to start rattling off movies he's in, but then I was like, I don't know what you've seen and what you haven't seen.
Oh, you know what else is funny? They gave the actual owner of the barbershop a cameo, apparently.
Oh, was he like one of the other people in the chairs or something?
I don't really.
I think the barbershop's empty every time we go in there.
Oh, that's true.
No, yeah, I was gonna say I read it. I think it's like just a background cameo, but it's kind of neat that they.
Yeah, that's cool. Hey, he's one of the people who walk by the window or something.
Yeah, I think.
Have you seen Zodiac?
No.
Have you seen Paul?
No.
Okay, so is it my time to give my thoughts on it?
Yeah.
I thought you did already.
Well, no. You put it in art, and now it would be me.
Okay, go.
Okay, so I've said it before to these guys. These guys have probably seen my message
Best
about
anti-racism film ever. Hashtag.
Yeah. As much as we meme, like I don't know the way this also like conveys that.
No, I think it's like a genuine sentiment. I mean, the actor who played Tao says like he thinks this is like the first movie to really like combat.
Wait, no.
He says some other things too.
Oh, he does.
I was gonna say we're gonna get into that.
Because I only saw one headline, so all right. I guess I'll keep that.
Okay,
to
yeah.
myself,
So he had different things at different times after he didn't pick up other work.
Oh, it's one of those things where he was super positive on the film.
That's what I think it is.
And then when it didn't pan out for him, he's like, "Oh, it was actually like kind of racist kind of thing."
Because I've only ever so I went looking for movies. I've found this movie and one other movie that actor did, and nothing else.
Yeah, did any of the Asian actors go on to do anything?
Okay, well, that's gonna be an interesting thing we're gonna touch on later. But let me
Because
finish
the guy who played Spider looked kind of
Wait,
familiar.
let me finish my comments first. We're
Yeah.
gonna get to it.
Sorry.
Okay. So, yeah, I have said I think this is probably one of the best anti-racism movies of all time, and a lot of it is because it doesn't pull its punches. It doesn't just try to treat Walt's kind of feelings as cartoonish. He was in Korea. He's gonna have an anti-Asian stereotype, and he's not even gonna look. He's never looked into this culture that's moved into the old neighborhood that all his old buddies lived up until this point. Like there are a multitude, and also just Walt's character in general is particularly interesting. uh he has a lot of insecurities. There's a lot of reasons he is the way he is that are kind of conveyed very organically and naturally. uh Tao also is not a bad kid, which helps a lot for that. Tao is somebody who's almost being set up for a bad life, but his connection that is created with Walt, saves him in a sense.
It's also kind of a powerful message of how like you don't have to go down the road that's expected of you.
Yeah, absolutely. We're gonna definitely be getting into those
And the better message, of
things.
course, if you hang out with
Well,
an old man long enough, you might get a classic car out of the deal.
Yeah, it's literally the old meme. It's like you hang out with like old people long enough that they're old and sad and no one else in their life, they might give you cool shit. It's like,
but this is one of those movies where I feel like every time I watch it, I notice different things about like the writing or the characters or the story. I watched it like 2 years ago for the first time, and it quickly became one of my favorite movies.
yeah, this is very good. So
Mhm.
so I think, where did we come at? Brazil, it went art, me, you for liking it. This one is probably you, art, me, question mark. And then Lion King was also Rangi, then me, then art, question mark. So I remember I thought I'd be the one who liked Lion King the most, and then Rangi's like, actually, you're wrong. I like it more. Anyway.
Uh, I don't know, because I don't have as much of a long-standing connection to this
Yeah, but
movie.
yeah, but you, of the three of us, you like it the best, probably.
Well, yeah, with this one, maybe, because so it's literally a case of my stepfather brought it up. My mom had also seen it and encouraged it. And I was like, oh no, I never saw it. And then
How many times have you
like
seen it before, like including this watch through?
this is probably my fourth time seeing it.
Well, Art saw it twice, and I saw it once, so I guess you win by default.
Yeah, it's not. I don't have like a big dramatic story. I don't know if I would say it's one of my favorites, but I would say it's extremely good, and
Yeah,
I could probably.
Wait, we need to do a making art feel old segment. The first time I saw this movie was in 2009.
I was 7 or 8, depending on what part of the year you saw it.
Well, it wasn't long after it came out on DVD, so that would be March or April.
So then I'd be
Ish.
7.
I was 20.
Damn, son. Where'd you find this? Oh, I should probably get rid of the AD.
June.
I should probably get rid of the AD
June
thing
of
now.
2009. Jesus Christ.
That is what
We'll
that
get into
means.
that later. No, yeah, well.
Year of our Lord, year of Jesus Christ. But yes, that's why they try to get rid of it with a cringe BCE and CE. Common Era is cringe, and I refuse to use it.
Based.
You got anything else?
Right, embrace your inner Walt Kowalski.
What?
I said, go do it, Ryan. Embrace your inner Walt Kowalski.
Hell yeah, buddy. Hell yeah.
Outside of that, though, I guess if I have to give the movie any criticism, and this isn't, you know, this is one of those things. It's like some of the actors feel a bit stilted and awkward, but I think the framing of the movie helps justify that. Even though a lot of it is what you said, it is a lot of these were inexperienced actors.
The only actor who I think did a particularly bad job was Smokey, or the actor played Smokey, the Spider's right hand man. He was the only one who was like
Yeah, the
noticeably
fat
bad.
guy?
Yeah, he was a pretty bad actor.
Well, there's a reason for that, but I think that the fact that a lot of the Hmong characters are not English speakers
Well, yeah, it really helps immerse.
covering up some of the acting problems.
Well, it does. Well, actually, that's the thing. It actually didn't. Those segments when he was in the house and stuff. Like I forgot I was watching like a movie. Like it was just so immersive that like it just feels like we've all been to like family parties like that. And every culture has got their own like iterations of parties and gatherings, and it's just like that's like felt like such like a. It felt so realistic that I felt like I was like watching like one of my old family tapes of like a Italian get together like that. So it's like that actually I think it was like so authentic that it almost like transcends acting, which is kind of like it's like such a roundabout way that like they're just so natural that like it like even though they're not really actors, it's just like that's just how they are.
Well, according to some records, according to some of the records, a lot of the Hmong actors were kind of allowed a lot of like freedom as far as ad libbing goes.
Yeah, they just told to just basically do whatever, right? It's like
Well, specifically when they were speaking in their own language, Clint Eastwood was just like you can say whatever you want.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, obviously, because he's like, well, most of the audience is not going to understand because this is being released to a primarily either English speaking or even
anything else
not English speaking.
Yeah, I mean the majority of the world's because like that's not even like the main. That's not Mandarin, right? It's like a subsect of like.
No, it's literally Hmong. They have their own language.
Yeah, so it's probably like it's such a small percentage of the world that's gonna have seen that, and then the that speak that language and the ones who do would probably just get a kick out of it. So it's like it's just a net positive as far as I'm concerned.
Well, it's kind of like in Futurama. Amy Wong speaks in Chinese a lot, and they would just let her say whatever she wants. Apparently, she says some like really foul language.
That's funny. Also, speaking of like obscure languages that no one really knows what the meaning of, for the Lion King, whatever African language they used for the song, I think it was like Swahili or something. Like the lyrics of the Circle of Life, it's look. Wait, hold on. So first it's like like whatever they actually say.
Yeah.
But yeah, and then it's the actual lyrics are look, there's a lion. Oh my god, it's a lion. That's what it means in English. It's just like it's just like such a like beautiful moment where you feel so moved by the
posters of the world unite.
Yeah, and it's just like you feel so moved by the intro and the music and the animations and just it all come together and the synergy of it. But like if you actually heard like the actual lyrics, it's just like you would not be able to take any of it seriously. Which I'm sure the Swahili people are. I'm probably getting the language wrong. Whatever African language they used, it's like those people. The few people who saw it's probably like, what the hell is this? It's just like how would you take that seriously?
This is unrelated, but there's a nice irony that last week's episode we were reviewing a movie made by a director who's famously always over budget and over schedule, and today we're reviewing a movie by a director who's famously always under budget and under schedule.
As I say, the budget of this film compared to how much it made, it's like holy shit.
Finance section.
Well, let's just get into external in general.
Well, yeah, I look. I'm trying to pick up Art's segue. You're ruining it.
All right. That was going.
Yeah, we were almost a well-oiled machine, but then iron happened.
Well, it's. I mean, yeah, it's the correct topic.
Okay,
Stop judging me, Rangi. Go in the judgment corner.
The information I could find, I found conflicting information about the budget. So budget is somewhere around 25 to 33 million because I
Which
found different numbers.
which either
on
way,
different sites.
that's like minuscule compared to how much it actually made.
Yeah, it made like 10x its budget.
That's a smash hit. That's like oh my god levels of success.
Yeah.
But
Well, they also got help because this movie is one of the first movies to take advantage of a tax break for productions in Michigan.
okay.
Yes,
It was actually filmed in Detroit, right?
Main reasons, because one of the only scripting changes that was actually done on the movie, apparently, according to what I read, one of the only major changes was it was originally it was originally meant to be Minnesota, and they changed it to be for Detroit, Michigan instead, because it was supposed to be in Minneapolis originally, but Michigan had just created like a law or like a tax break incentive thing.
I feel like it works better because everyone kind of associates Detroit with being like a shitty, rundown city where all the poor and destitute live, and like that kind of just feels more appropriate than Minneapolis.
Both of them also kind of work for because the 5 states that the Hmong are most like populous in, it's like a lot of these Midwestern states. Minnesota is one of them, which
I mean, I'm not saying it wouldn't work. I'm just saying Detroit is like I think the best option of like the options that work.
I mean, given that the movie is named after a car, Detroit makes sense.
Yeah, that too. Yeah. Detroit's where all the cars are made.
Well, remember, our boy Walt was pissed off because his son sells Toyotas for a living.
That's a funny detail.
Although, again, ironically, apparently Gran Torinos were not made in Detroit.
Really?
Well, I'll get the actual location that they're made.
They are made at Art's house.
They're made at Art Sweatshop by the Hmong people.
Yeah.
Yes.
We don't talk about our host's hobbies.
Gran Torino were built in Lorain, Ohio.
Interesting. That's still the Midwest, but yeah.
Yeah,
well, I think it's 145 miles. It's 145 miles away from Detroit.
So, yeah, but Ohio is another one of the states. Actually, no. Was it? I think it was.
It's probably like Western Ohio, because Western and Eastern Ohio are kind of different.
But yeah, so
Eastern Ohio is just like PA Part 2.
For the actual development of the script, it started out at Nick Shank, Schenk. I don't know how it's pronounced.
Shank.
Okay. Nick Shank started developing the script when he was working with Hmong people in a factory in the 1990s, and the vast majority of the script was written in a bar, basically on his time off.
Oh, wow.
Apparently.
Yeah, writing in a bar. Oh, yeah.
I wonder if that bar that they film it in was the same bar he went to. Probably not.
Probably not, no. I had the name of the bar, but let me find it, because I don't think I wrote it down, but it's in the Wikipedia.
Grumpy's.
Yes, Grumpy's, that was it. I was like, I knew it was something that ended with a Y, but I didn't remember what it was. But yeah, Grumpy's. And apparently also with the adaptation of the script, basically I think Eastwood started off planning to make changes, and then he specifically undid his own changes because he felt it was emasculating the writing, is what he said.
Interesting.
I have to correct you.
That's what Wikipedia said. That's what the stuff I researched said. But Art, go ahead.
He said that Shank said the substantial script rewrites never happened because Eastwood said he stopped making significant revisions after returning to the script of Unforgiven, which he believed he was emasculating.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, that does match what I think I read. I just misinterpreted it. Okay.
Also, Art's 5 states for the largest Hmong population are California, Minnesota, Michigan, Wisconsin, North Carolina, Michigan.
Yeah, Michigan is number 5 there.
Yeah.
I can't believe Iron's taking credit for my facts that I went and found.
I just said Art's fun fact.
I didn't hear that.
Rangi, did you hear me
So
say
it didn't happen.
Well, the stream
I
heard
heard Iron say I totally found these on my own from my own research just now.
You can gaslight me all you want. It's on the stream. We have physical evidence.
They said 7 N-words and 4 F slurs.
Blah 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 blah. Kill yourself.
And he was absolved from his sins.
Hey, did you hear that? I gave us permission to gaslight him all we want.
You cut out there, Art.
Iron gave us permission to gaslight him whenever we want.
I was going to do that anyway.
You did say that. You said, gaslight me all you want, but...
Yes, I heard that. That is true. You did say that.
I don't know about that one.
But yeah. When it comes to the actual financing, it was financed by Warner Brothers, Village Roadshow Pictures, Mopasso Productions, and Double Nickel Entertainment. But a lot of that financing did come from Warner Brothers because Clint Eastwood already had like a good track record of good financial success, and this was actually, I believe, one of his biggest grossing films.
Adjusted for inflation, it's his most successful. Well, at the time, it was his most successful film.
I mean, like I said, 10x its budget. That's like fucking insane.
Well, yeah.
Also,
at most, from what I've found, it was maybe 33.
Which that's still like 9x, which is still super impressive.
Yeah, well, and I was gonna say, I don't know if that was adjusted for inflation or not. So.
Right, it's never adjusted for inflation.
Well, because the other number that I found was 25 million, which was
and that's just them trying to estimate the right. If it was adjusted for inflation, it would be like 50.
Like I said, I don't know. I don't know what numbers are correct, but either way, it's still impressive.
Yeah.
Also, Malpaso is Clint Eastwood's production company. A big reason why he was financed by Warner Brothers is because Malpaso has had a long.
All that what you just said was roboted.
He said Malpaso is his production company, and the big reason that it was as cheap is Malpaso has had a long. I assumed
it was fine. The reason it was financed by Warner Brothers is because Malpaso has had a long relationship with Warner Brothers. Clint Eastwood's been working for Warner Brothers since like the early 70s.
Yeah, which makes sense.
And now they're gonna be owned by either Netflix or Paramount. Dude, who's buying them changes like every 6 weeks. Like it was Paramount, then Netflix, now Paramount. No wait, it was Netflix, then Paramount, then Netflix, now Paramount. And we'll see if it stays Paramount.
I know who's gonna buy them.
Outside of that, Clint Eastwood is credited as director, producer, and lead actor. The movie was filmed in, I believe, 5 weeks, which is also particularly good numbers for a Hollywood production.
It also came in 3 days under schedule.
Damn.
Impressive.
Because Eastwood always comes in under schedule.
Yeah, he's the exact opposite of the Brazil director, like you were saying.
Well, I think he's a professional who's been in the industry for
He's also he seems like a guy who prides himself on his efficiency. Like,
well, also He learned from Don Siegel, who made low-budget B movies in the 50s, where you had to be ahead of schedule. Eastwood also has a penchant for only doing one take.
Okay.
Oh.
So you just whatever it is, we're sticking with it.
Well, what his theory is, once you do more than one take, people start acting.
Interesting.
Like, really obviously. Like, there's a famous story where Leonardo DiCaprio begged him for a second take on Diego, and Clint Eastwood was like, no.
So what if they get like a line wrong?
Well, then he'll do another take, obviously.
So it's if you get the line right, then no matter how bad the acting is, you keep it.
Now, if you get the line right, then the beatings stop. Obviously.
Uh-huh. Another thing that Eastwood's famous for is he doesn't yell action or cut.
What's he yell? Yeehaw!
Yes, that matched some of the stuff I was looking into, because the actors kind of noted that too.
So how do they know? How do they know when to start and stop?
Well, I'm going to tell you. He said that the reason he doesn't yell action or cut is because he worked a lot on Western films, and he would notice that it would freak out the horses. And Clint Eastwood jokingly said actors are a lot like horses. At the beginning of the takes, he'll just quietly say, "When you're ready," and at the end of the take, he'll say, "I think that's enough."
Oh, okay.
Well, that's kind of a neat detail, actually.
Yeah, he seems like a cool guy.
No, he's very chill. Also, I guess because I didn't put this in my notes, but I did know it. Clint Eastwood's dog plays Daisy.
No, that's fun.
That's his actual dog, and his son has a cameo.
Yeah, we're gonna get into that later.
His son has a funny cameo in the movie.
Also, Clint Eastwood's still alive, which is fun. 95. Keep it on going. Make it to 100, buddy.
Yeah,
well, I mean, the guy is a film legend.
Yeah, he just did like the Jury movie, right? Like he directed the other day, or not the other day, like pretty recently. Juror number
in a day.
Juror number 12
it's
or
like
something.
he had an afternoon open.
It's called Juror number 2. It came out in 2024, and there's conflicting rumors that it's his last movie, and he's retired now.
Oh, okay. Because my dad really liked it. He watches.
It's really good. I thought
he watches every Clint Eastwood movie. I don't think there's a
Well,
single one he hasn't seen.
I went to the cinema today. It was very good.
So you think that's going to be his final film?
Well, there's conflicting reports. Some people have said it's his final film. Some people are saying it's not.
He doesn't seem like the type to retire.
He seems like the I'm gonna work until I'm dead type.
Yeah, that's the vibe I got. I mean, if he's still going at 95, then
yeah, at that point you might as well just keep going. Speed, you're 100%ing life.
Dick Van Dyke's still alive at 100. Let him go.
But yeah, a lot of that. Outside of that, was there anything else I had?
And Mel Brooks is 99. Wow, there's a lot of these guys left.
Oh, this was also one of the first major Hollywood films with a large Hmong cast. That's something.
That doesn't surprise me. They don't seem like the Hollywood.
Oh, that's going to come up next section, which this is probably a good time to go to, is legal and contracts.
All right.
There wasn't really major legal problems as much as some other films. Like, there wasn't major lawsuits or anything. Mm-hmm. But they did have a major problem with casting. Okay. Actually, because they wanted to do Hmong cast, and there was very, very few Hmong actors that were within the WGA or whatever it was, the Actors Guild.
I say
or the SAG.
Screen Actors Guild. It's pretty. The name.
All Hollywood people look alike to me.
No, it's the Film Actors Guild.
Yeah, the Screen Actors. Okay, yeah, they're all the same.
Right, you can say it.
But yeah, it was the Screen Actors Guild. Yeah, there was one point where they actually had to recruit from a local soccer game.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, like they actively struggled to like get actors Hmong actors from this film. And also, then I think this is a good point. The good point to bring up the stuff that Bivang said. Bevong? What?
Mm.
How do you pronounce his
Yeah, I
fucking
don't
name?
know how to pronounce it.
Tao's actor.
let me look. Bei Fong is what I'm guessing.
Bevong. Well, it's with a V, but
B Vang. No, wait.
Bivang.
Yeah, no, B Vang. Yeah.
Okay, Bivang.
Bivong.
Okay,
Bivong.
Bavong.
I think it's Bivong. That sounds right.
But yes. So, initially he basically had a lot of praise for the movie, and then later on, basically like 4 years later, he came out and like kind of shit talked it a lot and publicly criticized a lot of aspects of the film. That
Yeah, he also starred in a short movie that was kind of like ripping into it.
Yeah, so a lot of that is the thing, but when it comes to the
So
actual
Rangi, here,
like legal
here,
contract,
I want to add a little bit of a timeline on that. So in 2009, Vong stated that Gran Torino was generally accurate in its portrayal of Hmong people, and it basically was praising it for its accuracy. And then a year later, he was ragging on the film for its use of anti-Asian slurs and its portrayal of Hmong people. So literally within a year, he went from saying, "Oh, this is a very accurate film of our people," to like it wasn't accurate at all, because he became an activist by that point.
and well, I also looked into a lot of the things, and a lot of the things, yeah, there was definitely some misunderstandings or exaggerations of Hmong culture,
Oh
but
my
like,
god.
or generalizations, but it's kind of like, well, yeah, this is not a culture most people are generally aware
Wasn't it
of.
written by a Hmong guy though?
No,
No.
it was written by a guy who had the Hmong actually were a major inspiration, and this is kind of why I don't fucking put much respect in what Vong said. Uh, so he's like, oh, there's no reason for it to be among characters, and I'm thinking like, what the fuck do you mean? That literally inspired the entire idea for the script.
I need to make you
Was
aware of a quote from him from 2021.
who?
B Vong.
Vang stated that he did not regret his role in Gran Torino, but noted that he did not see a place for Gran Torino in this day and age. He added, I couldn't possibly imagine this film being made in this moment where you know there's a lot of violent language used against Asian-bodied people. It's not okay.
Asian-bodied people. What? Why can't you just say Asian
What the
people?
fuck?
What?
Well, it's funny too because he tried to criticize it for like, oh my god, so many of the characters even treat them like they don't understand the difference between Hmong and other Asians, and I'm thinking, yeah, most people won't get that. Most people are not familiar with the Hmong. I'm sorry.
I didn't even know what the Hmong were until this movie.
The same.
Oh yeah, I had never heard of them until this movie, and then I heard of them in one other instance after this movie. But I'm not gonna explain that one.
I took a Taoism class, so if they're Taoist, I might have like briefly learned about their culture.
They seem to have their, but yeah.
But that's the
it's
thing.
funny because when I was
real
reading
quick,
the Wiki,
I was gonna say
when
that,
I was reading the
say
okay,
real
sorry.
quick. Although I don't know which culture this is, but this is the thing about Eastern culture versus Western culture. Like all the religions and philosophies are very kind of like pick and choose which ones work for you. It's like it's not where like in Western culture where you pick one and that's your team, right? You're a Christian, you're a Jew, you're a Muslim. Whereas like Eastern culture, you can be Buddhist, Confucius, Taoist. Like you can be a little bit of everything. Like it's not like it's
I think
actually a
they'll
lot
have
of people over there
there-
like practice
I
all
think
three.
it's
I've,
closer
I've
to
got,
how.
I-
Well,
I've got a list of all their predominant religions.
Yeah, that's Taoism.
Shamanism, Christianity, and Buddhism for the Hmong.
For the Hmong.
Okay.
Well, I was just talking about the
Yeah.
region at its height.
Well, but
Well-
you mentioned that you might have heard about them in a Taoism class, so I looked it up.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
Buddhist.
there's
There's a lot of
complicated
overlap between
facts.
Buddhism and Taoism, but they are
There-
different.
Well, yeah, because
Also, according to Wikipedia,
according
according to Wikipedia, there are no Hmong in the UK.
It's probably for the best.
Well,
UK is a shithole. they don't.
they
They
actually,
don't.
well,
They don't need to subject themselves to that. Yeah.
but yeah, in general, one particular thing I saw that I immediately noticed contradictions in when I was researching for the stream was so there's a thing with the thing that's brought up with the when Walt gets kind of criticized for patting the kid on the head. It's like, oh, Hmong believe that the soul resides in the head. It's like, oh, this is not actually a mainstream Hmong belief. And then it says later, yeah, some traditionalist Hmong believe that because of spiritual or religious reasons.
Yeah, it definitely gets was one of those. Like that's the thing, right? You can't like even if it's not the main Hmong belief, if it is popular enough that like sects of them do it, like it's like that could just be that sect of them.
Also, this is specifically a family that's set up as like a particularly traditionalist family, and yeah, maybe that is not necessarily 100% to Hmong beliefs, but
also even if it's like you were saying, if it's just because it's not the main belief, like it's like they could just be choosing to portray a subsect of that to get across a point more acutely. You know what I mean?
Well, we're also getting this information from Sue, who is specifically trying to build a bridge with Walt.
Yeah.
And so she might be like kind of generalizing or not exactly explaining things completely correct and accurate.
There's always going to be a not only is there a culture barrier, there's a language barrier, so she has to overcome like two things at once.
Yeah, and that was my impression too. It's like I read that and I was like, oh yeah, no, I got the impression she's just like simplifying it for ease of explanation to him.
Yeah, but I don't want what's
going on.
But we should probably get moving on because like we don't want to talk too definitively.
Yeah, we can move on to the next.
I don't think any of us are East Asian culture experts. Like I said, I took one Taoism class for a semester.
Well,
that's the extent of my knowledge.
There is another supposed thing that they got wrong that doesn't make sense to me.
Okay.
Well, it says here the grandma of the Hmong family spits of betel nut she had been chewing to show contempt for Walt Kowalski, even though the Hmong do not chew betel nuts. It's like, what? None of them do? Surely some Hmong people can eat a nut.
Well, that's another thing too. It's like what? Is it forbidden? Is it like their ham? They can't eat it. Like I'm surely they could. That could just be a character choice that she likes eating them. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it could literally be like this random old lady like picked up this thing. Maybe after coming to America, maybe even before she got to America. Like we don't know the exact story of how this family went from the regions they say to America specifically.
She could also just be like a blasphemer. Like there's Italians that put pineapple on their pizza. Like it's like it happens. Unfortunately,
I eat pineapple on pizza.
Yeah, but we
just to spite iron.
We all know why, and I can't make that joke about doxing you, so I'll have to make it later.
Yeah.
I'll dox him.
Yeah.
True. I'm just
they're a little fruity over there on the West Coast.
What is Italians' biggest enemy historically?
Which part? I mean, Italians have a very varied history. Are you talking about Italian Americans or like
all of them? I'm just the mix. I am the anti-Italian.
Because if you're talking Italian Americans, it would be Irish Americans because they were like rivals and like getting the same type of jobs. And then a lot of the Italians were in the mafia, and a lot of the Irish were in the police. So that's
a lot of Irish are in the mafia too.
Yeah, but it was but it was a particular thing that like yes, obviously there's Irish mobs, but like
stay on target. We're too close. Stay on target.
I didn't use that on any of your tangents. Anyway, I suppose we should move on now.
Use what?
Can you not hear that?
Yeah. I played a thing from the soundboard.
Can Art
Oh
not
no,
hear?
I have the soundboard muted.
Oh.
Okay, either way, we can move on to production and marketing.
Yeah,
What
how was this explained, Rangi?
As we said before, it was produced in 5 weeks and came out under schedule. A lot of their biggest production problems were actually just getting the actors that could be able to do it. They spent about 10 million shooting on location in Detroit. The barbershop, for example, is a real place.
Yeah,
I'd
it
imagine
looked
that
like a real barbershop.
renting of a yeah. Basically, it was a real barbershop, and the owner had a cameo in the movie. I don't know where the cameo is exactly, but they spent a lot of money
They spared
trying
no
to kind of
expense.
represent. Well, I think a lot of it is because they were kind of trying to.
Make it feel authentic.
Probably because of those tax benefits too, but
Yeah. But no, this is one of the most authentic feeling films I've seen in a long time. Like it just feels very real. Like nothing in this
outside of
movie
that-
really feels like it couldn't. This feels like this could be a real news story. Like what happened?
they
the
hired
events
a
this
lot
film.
of. Yeah, they hire you once again have the thing with the Hmong. You have they hired a lot of Hmong consultants, crew members, and extras just to try to sell it. They did some research. Some of it obviously probably isn't entirely accurate.
But yeah,
But,
it's not like they half-assed it. It's what we're trying to get across. Like they put the work in to represent this culture properly, and I feel like they did a pretty good job, or at least it seems like they did a pretty good job. Obviously, I'm not from that culture, but
outside of that, what I researched was with the marketing. I believe they focused a lot on just Clint Eastwood's involvement for the marketing.
that makes sense. That's really the only viable selling point I could see. Like as a business person, like if I was like in head of the marketing team, it's just like, all right, Clint Eastwood front and center on every poster, the trailer, highlight his like best parts in the film. Just like stick his name everywhere you can, because like it's really like among what's that? What was the plot of the film? It's just like an old man who hates life. It's Clint Eastwood. That's cool. Like,
Well, the other thing is, apart from being a legendary actor, he was only a few years removed from winning Best Director.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
And Best Picture.
And I think I read also a lot of the marketing kind of focused on it being more of a darker drama, which is why kind of the comedy of it that the movie has and kind of a lot of the lighter moments work, I think, so well.
It probably surprised people.
Feels
like from based on what you're saying, like the trailer is probably focused on like the grittier, dramatic aspects. So when you actually go and watch the film, it's like, holy shit, this was hysterical. Like I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, and I believe the most iconic line, kind of before it was really well known what the movie was the get off my lawn clip. With,
get off my lawn, you
him
fucks. That's a great line.
Well, it's almost funny because the movie does oftentimes kind of set itself up as though it's going to become an action film.
I mean,
I've noticed that.
There's a couple action scenes.
Oh, yeah, but you know what I mean. Like, obviously, it's not an action film, though.
No, it's not.
Well, before it came out, people thought it was it was going to reveal that it was the next entrant in the Dirty Harry franchise.
I thought you were going with that. It kind of does feel like this is Dirty Harry coming out of retirement kind of vibes.
This is Dirty Harry's retirement.
What if they're all the same guy? What if the man with no name is also Dirty Harry and it's also Walt Kowalski?
And it's also the guy from
Outlaw Josie Wales.
What, Josie Wales?
Yeah.
I wasn't thinking that movie, but sure.
The Spirit of the West. That's his ghost went back in time and visited.
And also whoever his character's name is in Joe Kidd. We'll never figure that one out.
Joe Kidd was the one I was thinking of, I think.
Wait, when did Rango? I guess Rango would happen after this film. So no, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So Rango is the final film in the chronology. He starts with The Man with No Name, and he goes through all his various roles, and then he ends as the Spirit of the West in Rango. And this is his final film before that. There we
I
go.
mean, but he acted in movies after Rango came out.
No, yeah, but now that was just like his ghost, like materializing.
Yep.
Anyway, let's probably get back to the. Anything else to
I
say
was
about the
gonna
marketing?
say, yeah. Outside of that, with marketing, I didn't actually end up pulling as much info as I could have. There.
There's not a whole lot of marketing information out there, to be honest.
Yeah, they didn't
Also,
market
whoops, I was
films.
tabbed out in
And
Civ this whole time.
they don't market people. I mean, sorry, they don't seem to have marketed films as like. I feel like there was a lot more creativity with marketing back in the day. Like I feel like every kind of film's marketing campaign was pretty unique, whereas now it's kind of like put the trailer out, get a Super Bowl ad, put some TikToks out, rinse, repeat. I feel like they used to. I feel like they used to advertise films to like the niche of the film, which kind of like made it fun.
Well, I think with a movie like this, a Clint Eastwood movie, they'll sell it on his name, but then they do expect it to just build up in word of mouth.
Well, yeah, it's low budget enough that it's just you could literally just ride Clint Eastwood's coattails and profit. That's exactly what happened. Because this people have to remember that like star actors used to be able to just sell movies just on their name alone. Like, oh, this actor's in this movie, I'll go watch it. Like Tom Cruise is one of the only ones who can still do that, and even then, it's not guaranteed. I mean, it was never guaranteed, but that's like other than Tom Cruise.
I'm gonna step away just for a real quick moment, but
I guess we'll continue this tangent.
Is probably next.
Yeah, we'll continue this tangent until you get back. Other than Tom Cruise, you think can you name any other actors who can still sell a movie just that they're in it?
He's still up now.
Yeah, I think the closest would probably be Ryan Gosling.
No,
I don't know. He's a pretty big draw.
no, he isn't.
Has any of his films not done well?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure like all of his movies haven't done well.
Really? Let's go through his box office.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think Blade Runner was disappointing. Well, Blade Runner's not even really big. Like First Man, which he was the lead man on. Disappointed. The Fall Guy, who was the lead in that. Disappointed. La La Land that he was the lead on, that did well. That was a decade ago. The Nice Guys that he was the lead on, disappointed.
That's a shame. That movie's really good.
Gangster Squad that he was the lead on, disappointed.
I guess you're right.
Well, he's like a lead man, but he's not a draw at all. Like the only movies of his that are really successful
are his rom-coms. Crazy Stupid Love, La La Land, The Notebook, Barbie.
Crazy Stupid Love also had Steve Carell.
Yeah. Okay, I guess Barbie's not really a rom-com. There's no romance in that movie, and calling it a comedy is generous to say the least.
Well, like Barbie did well because it's Barbie.
Yeah, that too. Oh, but the funniest
Nothing
thing is
to do with him.
The best part of it was him as Ken, though.
And Blade Runner 2049 did okay, but that's Blade Runner and Harrison Ford, and yeah, he's not a draw at all.
Okay, fair enough. What about Chris Pratt?
No.
No.
Holy shit.
So all right, just Tom Cruise. then.
Again, Chris Pratt's most successful movies are Jurassic Park, which is part of a franchise, and Guardians of the Galaxy, which is part of a franchise,
And the Mario movie.
which is part of a franchise. Now let's look at a movie where he was the lead. Oh, 60 million budget, 54 million box office. What about this one? Straight to Netflix. What about The Tomorrow War? $200 million budget, $19 million box office.
Yeah, Electric State didn't do well either. All right, yeah, fair enough. I'll retract that.
It's like the other one they always point out is Jennifer Lawrence. People are like, Jennifer Lawrence is a draw. It's like, name a movie that she was in that was successful that wasn't part of the X-Men or Hunger Games franchise. That she was the lead in. Oh, yeah, right. She's not a draw.
Yeah, no, it's fair. Tom Cruise is the last one. I am the last one.
Yeah, he's the Highlander. There can be only one.
Well, the funny thing is, though, Sean Connery was the last Golden Age actor, so he was the last one. He was the last dragon, and there could only be one.
Well, except for the Golden Age actors who were still active.
I meant like
Sure, he was the last one.
he was the last Golden Age megastar. Is my point.
Does he count as Golden Age? I suppose he does, but they're hard to say with Sean Connery because he's English, and Golden Age is really about the American film industry.
Yeah, but James Bond, right? That was the Golden Age of film, or was it? Might have been that like crossover earlier or era.
Well, again, the first one kind of 62, but they were English movies, and we didn't really. The Golden Age kind of is more about American movies.
Sean Connery filmography. I mean, he was acting in the 50s, which was absolutely the golden age.
Yeah, but again, as I've said now 4 times, he was in English movies, and English movies are separate from the golden age of Hollywood, which is American movies.
What about Tarzan that was made by Paramount?
Is he a lead role in that?
He's O'Banion. I mean, there's only like 7 actors in the film, so.
And yet it cost $400 million. Not really. Maybe, who knows?
It cost $750,000, but that in today's money, it's probably like.
Wow, this is not the movie I was looking for. I even find a 1950s Tarzan movie.
It was.
We did say Tarzan, right?
Yeah, it was Tarzan's Greatest Adventure.
I bet it's not Tarzan's Greatest Adventure.
That's what it says right here. Tarzan's Greatest Adventure is a 1959 American East color adventure film.
What I'm saying is that I bet the movie's shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. I didn't hear anything up until this moment, by the way.
I can't find anything about this movie on his page.
Anyway, chat. We can talk about distribution now.
Okay. The movie was definitely distributed. I know that much.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go, Rangi. I choose you.
The film itself, we already talked about a little bit of this. It made roughly 10 times its budget. Hold on, I lost my place. Okay, yeah, it had a limited release in theaters. According to what I've got, December 12th, 2008. Wide release January 9th, 2009.
Yeah, its limited release was 2 days after my birthday. Yay!
Happy birthday.
Yeah, and this apparently might have been a marketing thing because they had good word of mouth already, but I don't know how much that would actually have, you know.
That's just a general thing with more prestige movies like this. You release them limited first, and then you slowly expand them wide.
Oh, is that like an industry standard thing then?
Uh-huh.
This is why I'm
Okay,
glad
that's
that we have Art on
interesting.
the podcast. He's like, he knows a lot more about like how all this shit actually works than most people. So like
Okay,
he can actually just correct
mm,
us when we just offhandedly say wrong things.
according to the numbers,
The
the name
numbers,
of the site,
Best website to use
peak
for box
release,
office, by the way.
not
peak
Box Office
release,
Mojo.
3,045 theaters in the U.S. Domestic box office was about 48 million. International box office was about 121 million. DVDs released June 9th, 2009, according to Wikipedia.
Yep.
Sales were within the range of like 4 million, give or
Oh, that's not.
take.
Oh, yeah,
Well,
4 million units. On the DVD it grossed 67.4 million in revenue,
Oh,
and for Blu-ray $4.9 million, bringing the total to
oh,
72.3
okay.
million
yeah,
dollars
yeah.
in home video sales.
That's a big problem for smaller movies nowadays. Is like back in the day, you could get like good word of mouth, and then everyone goes and buys it, and like you can kind of get like a second wind and DVD sales. And now since that revenue stream is not there anymore, it's like you just don't see that same kind of return on streaming.
That's why Kevin Smith has had a career as long as he did.
Yeah. You know what? I will say Kevin
Yep.
Smith at one point did have talent. He just whatever he did have
I
is gone.
I
Well,
don't know.
there's
I,
something to say for the low stakes movie that is, or rather the movie that is like cheaper to make, quicker to produce.
A lot of times they're the best films too, because like it's like you actually have to sell it on its own merits rather than like just like shoving it down people's throats.
just as an example of how DVD sales can really help a low budget movie, Kevin Smith's movie Jane Silent Bob Strike Back cost 30 million. It made 30 million at the box office, and then it made about 70 million dollars on DVD.
Yeah, so it became a hit because of DVD sales.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, DVD sales used to be a massive thing though, and
Oh,
the modern day it does worry me.
speaking about uh Kevin Smith, you should read Quiver. It's probably his best comic. It's
I do what I want.
it's a
I've got that, and I've had that recommended to me
because Rangi
recently.
it intersects with the Green Lantern run you're reading. So like
Oh,
Hal Jordan is a major character in Quiver.
Who?
well,
The Green Lantern Hal
who?
Jordan. I know you don't like
I
I
know
superheroes.
don't
who he
remember.
is.
I
know
don't
who Hal
remember the
Jordan is.
Green Lantern Hal Jordan in Clint Eastwood's
Green Arrow.
Arena.
He's the car. He's just using his ring to project the car at all times. It is a green
I'll have you
car.
know,
Makes sense.
I'll have you know, Ian. I've actually read quite a few Green Lantern comic books.
Oh really?
Have you?
Oh yeah,
I'd be shocked by that, but okay.
No, I believe him.
my friend is a massive Green Lantern fan,
As he should. Green Lantern's one of the best
Oh,
heroes.
so I've read First Flight, Blackest Night. I've read
Oh,
a bunch
shit.
of others too, but I can't remember their names.
Brightest day, blackest night. No evil shall escape my sight. Let those who worship evil's might beware my power. Green Lantern's light.
By the way, we all know that the best Lantern Corps is the Orange Lantern Corps.
Because Lafreeze is just a fun little goober.
Both of their oaths are the best oaths in the canon. There's one where it has all the lanterns reciting their oaths, and Lafleys is just like, huh? But then he changes it to what's mine is 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 mine.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah,
See?
the only one I
I
can
bet
remember.
no one who knows me in the server would have expected me to start dropping comics lore.
No, especially you just drop some Lafreeze lore or Lafreeze, however you say that. It's just like, damn, that's like the elite ball knowledge. Good job, Art.
Yep.
But how much overall did the film make again? Like 230 million, something like that.
270, I think.
Woo!
Oh, yeah, 270. Plus 70 or 72 million on home sales.
So like 300, like 50 million roughly,
With,
all said and
yeah,
done.
about that.
Yeah, off a budget of 25 million or 33, that's still well over 10x. So hats off to you, Clint. Good job. You did good,
Yeah.
kid. You did good. It feels weird calling a 95-year-old man kid. I guess that's kind of how it works, right? When you're old enough, you get to get like babysat again because like everything stops working.
No, you have to say he's 95 years young.
There you go. But all right, so that's anything else for external? Oh my God, there's a bug on my keyboard.
Oh, Mac users.
What kind of bug is this? Is this a tick?
It's Rangi.
I think it is a tick. There's a tick on my keyboard.
Well, don't kill it. It might be the superhero known as the Tick. But also kill it because you might get lupus. But then also it's never lupus. Getting so many mixed signals from media.
All right, I killed it.
I told you not to kill it.
No, too bad.
You might have just killed the superhero, the Tick.
Well, I didn't want to get Lyme disease, so.
But it's never lupus.
All right. Ready to move on to the story proper?
I was gonna say we can probably get to the events of the movie now. Yeah.
All right.
Like, the internal
What
stuff.
movie?
Themes. Go, Rangi. Lead us off.
All right. So obviously there's a massive theme that has been discussed by Clint Eastwood, where he was particularly interested in the theme that so nobody is too far to learn to be better.
You can teach an old dog new tricks.
Yeah,
you can in
basically,
fact teach an old dog new tricks. I always like movies like that where like an old guy set in his ways learns how to be different in the later years of his life, in the winter years of his life.
Outside of that, though, I don't know. I think there's a major theme of you kind of need to address these sorts of problems, or address kind of what you feel about things. There's definitely a theme of a man feeling like he is almost outdated in a world he doesn't recognize.
Yeah, that's absolutely a part. One thing I think is a really cool juxtaposition between Walt Kowalski and Tao is like they're both kind of like feel like Walt's kind of feel like he's already defined by the life he's lived, and Tao kind of feels like he really has no choice of where his life is going to take him. So they both kind of feel like
he has no idea and no choice.
Yeah, they both feel like they lack agency, and then they find agency within each other, which is a really cool concept to like have like the old and young character kind of teach each other that like you actually do have agency, and your life can still be what you want it to be. It's not set in stone. So I think it's a cool relationship they have, and they bring the best out of each other, which is always nice to see in these like wolf and cub type stories.
There's also a theme of found family.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because outside his wife, Walt didn't really feel close with his actual family. That's like you kind of get there in the end of the film. He gave his house away to the church because his wife would have wanted that. And also like his pastor gave way more shit about him than his own sons ever did. Like he was always checking up on him, making sure he was genuinely okay. And then like Tao, he gave him the car because like he actually built like a real genuine relationship with him.
Well, his kids, both of his sons.
Rangi, what are their names?
Kevin's one, I think.
Nope.
I don't remember the exact name. Tim?
No. Both the actors were named Brian, which is
called
funny.
Brian, yeah.
Yeah, but the characters are Mitch and Steve. Which one's the older? Which one's the younger one?
Mitch is the older.
Correct. But it's kind of funny that like he introduces him having two kids, and then Steve like disappears until the final. Like Steve's only in the initial funeral and the final funeral, because like Mitch at least gets some stuff to do throughout the film, but Steve just like he puts his hat on at the beginning, takes it off, and puts it back on at the end. It's like that's all that Brian had to do for acting.
I think it's very funny about at the end when the granddaughter is just like so sure she's gonna get the
Yeah,
car.
'cause
It's
she's a
like
twat. She's a twat.
why would you think that? And then he's like, he's reading the one. He's like, I'll give my car to my friend, and it cuts back to her. She's like, oh yeah, I'm definitely getting this car. He's like, yeah, he definitely thought of you as a friend, you dumb bitch.
Dude, she might be her and her mom are like the most unlikable characters.
Karen.
Oh yeah, her
Of
name was
course, the mom's
Karen.
called Karen.
She was a total Karen. Dude, Clint Eastwood did the Karen meme before Karen memes were a thing. That's great. I
Right.
love that.
Well, yeah, because he can see the future, obviously.
Yeah, he's like a spider.
True.
Elite ball knowledge there as well. Anyway, any other
Right.
themes?
Look out, we've got a black vest over here.
What?
Nothing.
That's what I thought. Any other themes you guys would go over? There's plenty to discuss. I don't know how long you want to linger on this topic.
You're gone. Rangi, you're alive.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. Sorry.
Any other themes you want to shout out?
There's definitely a theme I felt with Tao, where he feels like he is in a he feels like very much a fish out of water, kind of not only in his own culture but among his own kind of peers within the same age group.
I mean, I see where you're going with it. I wouldn't say fish out of water. He understands everything. He just doesn't feel like he fits in. Fish out of water is when you... Walt is a fish out of water, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Well,
he walks in and he
he-
doesn't know what the
he's-
hell any
yeah.
of this is.
But he is a young man. He's a young man looking for a place for not only a place to
he
belong,
feels
but almost
lost
to
in
find
life.
Purpose.
Yeah, he
he's
lacks
looking
purpose.
for purpose. That's a good way
Yeah.
to put it.
Yeah, because that's what I was kind of hinting at earlier. Is like, I used the word agency, but purpose is another thing. Like, Walt lost his purpose. His purpose in life was his wife. So once she died, he kind of lost his purpose for living, and he kind of found a newfound purpose for living. Is like mentoring this kid who needs the guidance. And so like I said, they gave each other purpose for the extent of this movie, because Walt was old and alone and just kind of needed something to basically get him up in the day. I mean, he's just drinking himself away at the end of the film. Like, I'm sure he didn't drink that much around when his wife was still alive. I mean,
He
just,
didn't drink that much.
dude, he had like 10 cans next to him like every day on
Yeah,
the
it's
porch.
only 10 cans exactly.
You alcoholic.
Well, I mean, then you go to next door.
That's
and
like
drinks
the
even
mid.
more.
What do you
Yeah, I
mean?
know.
That's like the mid. That's like the Midwest lightweight.
Yeah,
That's true.
the only thing is that I don't believe he'd be that skinny if he drank that much every day, even at that
Well,
age.
Well, that depends on how much you're eating, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, he was only eating beef jerky. That's right.
Yeah.
He's also got lung cancer. That might
Yeah,
slim you down a little bit.
yeah.
Maybe a little bit. Just a tad.
I love how like Clint Eastwood knows he has lung cancer, refuses to quit smoking cigarettes. Or Walt's like, yeah, I don't give a fuck.
Well, what's gonna happen to him now? What, is he gonna get cancer from it?
Well, no, the point is that he already has the cancer. Just like instead of like eating better and like taking care of his body so he can live a few extra years, he's like, fuck it, I'm gonna continue to drink and smoke because I don't give a shit.
Well, I feel like it's a very important thing with Walt is he is somebody who is in a lot of ways stuck in his ways, and there's some virtue to that and there's some bad things about that.
Oh yeah, I mean,
you know?
there's pros and cons to any strong personality trait, and like him being like a stubborn old son of a bitch, it's like yeah, there's a lot of drawbacks to it, but he's also kind of the only one in the town who can meaningfully stand up to those thugs. Because like,
well, one of my favorite lines of the whole movie, one of my favorite moments, is when he's visiting the house and he has that like health attack, and then he goes to the bathroom and he's like, I have more in common with these damn than my own family.
I know which word you're talking about.
Obviously,
It rhymes with mook.
yeah.
I'm gonna figure this out. Oh,
But
Well, look, I don't want to say slurs on fucking Iron's channel.
yeah, well, we can save those for off stream.
I'll spam it in the chat.
Yeah, yes.
I mean, it would be funny, but I don't think he would appreciate it.
No, this is I do intend on getting monetized at some point. This is the goal.
We'll save the slurs until after it's been monetized.
Yes, that's a good idea. Thanks, Art.
But yeah, I'm 3/4 of the way there. I've been that way for like a year now. Call me George R. R. Martin. Because I'm not gonna go on a huge tangent, but yes, he's been 3/4 done since COVID ended because he hasn't written anything new since COVID ended. Fat lazy bastard. Anyway, a non-fat, non-lazy, old, but it still is a bastard. Walt. Any other themes you want to say of kind of his story or just the story of the film before we move on to the next segment?
Yeah, I was gonna say Tao does feel like he is almost somebody caught between. He's caught between two worlds in the sense that you kind of have the young male culture that's represented at least here.
Well, I think the best line to summarize that is the women go to college and the men go to jail. It's the line that what's her name says. Sue. Yeah, Sue Lore. Sue, she says, and that line like stuck with me. Like, damn, and that's true of a lot of cultures. That
but I think there's a major theme involving expectations here in the movie. That,
well, yeah, because
think about it.
Like he likes gardening, and that's like considered woman's work, but he enjoys it, and then he turns that into like something actually meaningful because like he turns his like handyman skills into like actually bettering the community. Like,
oh yeah, because he's directed by Walt. Because Walt's like, shit, I've really hated how this community I've lived in for 40 years has fallen apart.
Well, it's also I think a neat character thing is like when they like insist that like he helps him to pay off his debt he owes him for trying to steal his car. That like, and I also love that like he's like when Walt refuses, they get mad at him. He's like, whoa, how am I the bad guy for him trying to steal my car? Like that's just a fun scene. But yeah, I think
why is this coming back on me?
Yeah, he tried to steal my car. It's just a funny scene. There's a lot of funny scenes. It's a funny movie.
God damn it! I just wanted to be racist. In peace. Damn it.
Exactly.
This is another one of those things.
Well, hold on before I lose my train of thought. I was saying what was really cool is like he didn't want his help because like he actually keeps his shit together. Like his house is like the only nice house in the community. Like it's like he like everything's very neat and pristine in his house, and like the rest of the neighborhood's a wreck, and it bothers him greatly. And so like he kind of looks across the street and gets the idea. It's like, well, I don't need any help around here because I actually keep my shit together. But how about we get you to do everyone else's work?
So I think that ties into a lot of what Walt. Another theme that is very important to Walt's character. One of his core values, I'd argue, is it's almost like I would say legacy, but not in the case of what you'd think. It's more like, well, remember when he's talking about the tools and he's like, well, yeah, a man builds this up over 50 years of his life.
Well, it's kind of like it's like basically consistent like putting the work in, day out. Like that's just kind of he's just been a hardworking man his whole life, and like he just does it because he does it the way he does because that's the way you do it. And like that used to be a very nice neighborhood probably back in the day when he was raising his kids there, and now it's like it's a shitty neighborhood, and like he's the only one who kept it nice, and like all like it was basically white flight, right? Like all the like middle class white people moved out, and then all the poor ethnic people moved in, and he was too stubborn to move, and like they were mad that he wouldn't move because he was ruining their cultural homogeneity because like the whole street was Hmong people except for him.
Yeah, well, that's the other thing too. Is he's also like because he's known a lot of these people, and some of them that lived in the neighborhood, and a lot of them it isn't even just that it's like, oh well, cool. Well, this guy moved out or that guy moved out. you get the impression some of it is probably like some of them just died, and their kids
Yeah.
moved out.
Yeah, well, yeah, but
That's my impression. Like he references a name for the neighbor who used to live there.
yeah, I mean that's
He was like if what's his name? I don't remember his name. If this guy could see what his house came.
yeah, I'm sure you're right. I mean, like it's just that's kind of how it happens when you get to that age. All the people you know just start dropping dead left and right. It's just
Yep.
it's a very sad time in your life because like I know it like depresses my grandpa because like every day he sees on Facebook someone else he knew from his past that's like dead now. It's just like it's got to be worse now than ever before because like you just kind of assumed that some of the people you used to know aren't around anymore, but like you had no way of really knowing. But now with like social media, you can just see like what everyone from your past is doing, and like, oh my god, like the kid sat next to me in the third grade just died of like a heart attack. And it's like, damn, that just ruined my day. It's like, but yeah, I think you're probably right there. Let's. I think we've kind of. I mean, obviously, there's
exhaustive themes.
well, I wouldn't say we exhausted. There's always more to say, but I want to move things along because, like, with any topic, we could always delve into it deeper. But we're trying to kind of spread the spread the love, tone and atmosphere, which is Art. You want to take the lead on this one because you had like a pretty good way of summarizing it earlier.
Hey, cool. What did I say that made you think that? Give me a jumping off point.
The way you described the tone of the film.
Did I describe the tone of the film?
Yeah, you called it a black comedy.
Oh, I didn't call it a black comedy. I read online that you can view it that way. Like it's a very black comedy about culture clash. Really, it's not that. It's more of a Clint Eastwood has a very European aesthetic to his movies. They're slow paced with their character dramas. They usually have downer endings or anticlimaxes.
Very Shakespearean.
In fact, there's a scene in this movie on his birthday. He reads his horoscope to his dog, and he literally just lays out the plot of the movie.
Yeah, I know. I that was a fun scene. I love when you get like scenes like that where it's just like it completely foreshadows like the whole arc of the film. Yeah, and it's like, what a load of horse shit.
The other scene I like that is kind of like that in this movie is the when he gets read by the Hmong shaman.
Yeah, but I think it's cool. You get 3 instances of it. The priest tells him like what's what. Then the shaman tells him what's what, and then the fucking paper ad tells him what's what. Like all 3 sources were like a general or generally apt description for like what Walt was facing in his life right now. He just refused to like hear the signs, so to speak.
Okay, this is nothing to do with tone and atmosphere, but I just want to throw this out for any Western fans who might be watching this podcast.
Mm-hmm.
Eastwood's character name, Walt Kowalski, is the real name of a professional wrestler. It's just a weird coincidence.
Okay. Also, your microphone roboted again, and it made it sound like you said Western instead of wrestling. So then I got very confused. Well, first I thought like, oh, Western makes sense, Clint Eastwood. But then you went into wrestling. I'm like, wait, what?
Westerns, wrestling, it's all the same.
Yeah, pretty much. He's got a very European ethos to the way he makes movies, which is why his movies are massive in France.
Do you have a preference between European and American style?
Not really.
Yeah, I think
they're different.
Yeah, that's I think
European movies are more willing to not have a happy ending where everything turns out just fine.
Yeah, I think
American studios always say American audiences don't like downer endings, but I don't think that's true. I just think American studios don't like those kinds of endings.
I think it's I think it depends what the movie's going for, right? Like if it's kind of tragic all the way through, I think a tragic ending makes sense. But like, I don't think like if you have like an upbeat movie randomly end on a tragedy, I think that's kind of like what.
Well, the whole thing about American audiences who don't like downer endings is that one of the biggest genres in American film is the melodrama, which
Unfortunately,
always have downbeat endings.
a lot of I mean, look, there's plenty of good melodramas. It's just there's a lot of shit ones. um,
True. Speaking of Clint Eastwood movies being really popular in France, this film actually was awarded Best Foreign Film at the César Awards in France.
yeah, good taste. That's it's rare. I'll give the French praise, but I'll give it to them.
I
for
can
this.
imagine. Well,
They
westerns are also really popular in France. I don't only know this because I've looked into the French comic scene. They love their fucking westerns.
Yeah, and France also just really love Clint Eastwood.
Well, he should.
Well, yeah, because they love their westerns.
He's one of the greatest actors of all time.
And he's probably one of the most prominent Western actors of all time.
He is it's him or John Wayne. Those are
As beloved as Eastwood is as a director in America, he's even more beloved in France.
Yeah, it makes sense. But yeah, it's gonna be a shame when he if he does finally retire or unfortunately dies. I know it's gonna happen one of these days. 95 is already obscenely old, but I've really enjoyed his career of the little I've seen of it. Like I've always just like enjoyed him just like through osmosis because like I said, he's my dad's favorite actor, and so like he's constantly quoting lines from films he's in and stuff like that. So it's like I know a lot of like Clint Eastwood his greatest hits, so to speak, through him because he's always quoting all those films.
I mean, the man basically invented two archetypes in film.
The lone wolf.
Well, the anti-hero Western character, and then like all modern cop movies are Dirty Harry.
Yeah, that makes sense. What about the other guys?
I mean, that's spoofing cop movies, which means it's basically spoofing the Dirty Harry.
Well, I was gonna say.
archetype.
Well, yeah, that's what I was gonna say. In the other guys, the Rock and who was the other character with the Rock? Was it Samuel Jackson?
Sam Jackson,
yeah,
right?
the Rock. Yeah, the Rock and Samuel Jackson. They are like the Dirty Harry archetypes, and they fucking die at the beginning of the movie, and then like the other guys take over.
Aim for the bushes.
Yeah, it's one of the great. That might be my favorite line in like any film ever. Aim for the bushes. And then, there goes my.
I didn't vibe with that movie, but that whole section is fucking amazing.
Dude, I fuck every time I watch that. Like I can't breathe from laughing so hard. Oh my god, I love that sequence so much. Oh, okay. Calm yourself. Oh. Well, it's too, like I said, I think that scene, like more than any other scene in any film, can just get me to die laughing whenever I see it. Oh. Okay. Have you ever seen that movie, Rangi?
No, I tuned out.
Oh, well, I'm gonna eventually pick that movie for you if you haven't seen it before.
What's that movie?
The Other Guys.
Oh, I have seen it.
Okay, good. That's one of my favorite comedies. I think that it starts off stronger than it ends. I think the entire finale is pretty weak. But I really like the beginning and I really like the middle part, and then just like the last half hour of the film. I usually actually watch like the first 2/3 of the movie and then turn it off. Anyway, anything else you want to say about tone, atmosphere, Rangi? Actually, I think only Art's talked about it so far.
That's true.
But yeah, we're still on tone and atmosphere, right?
Yeah, you haven't said anything about it yet.
Yeah, so I thought it was particularly interesting because they do play with the tone a lot, where they almost kind of like tease the idea that it's going to become more of an action movie, as far as especially near the end of the movie, where
you think there's going to be like a big old shootout, like Wild West style.
Yeah, it's implied that's going to happen, and it's like No, that shit doesn't happen.
Also, dude,
we're actually gonna look.
the fucking finger guns in the various parts of the film has me dying, dude. Every time he does it, I start cracking up. He just aims at them with his fingers.
But it's interesting. The first time it happens, right, is with the first time it happens was with the black guys who are threatening threatening Sue, right?
Yeah, and then he calls them spooks, which is like, then the guy's like, spooks? There hasn't been spooks here in centuries, because like it's like one of the most outdated racial slurs. And like to the point, it's like it's not even considered a racial slur anymore, because like most people don't know it is. What?
Rangi and me are like, we're not going to say any slurs because we don't want to get you demonetized. So then I just.
Alright, dude, if Brandon Sanderson can name one of his main characters that, I don't think it counts as like a modern slur.
Well, no, it depends on the context and your.
Okay. Did you know there's an English show called Spooks?
Next time I'm just going to drop the Asian slurs about the characters, guys.
Fair enough. All right, my bad. I assumed that was an okay word to use. Maybe the YouTube gods will smite me now. We'll see.
No, it's still considered a slur. That's why I avoided it. Is it still considered a slur?
Noted. I thought that was the context of the scene. Wasn't that the context of the scene though? That like it's like not even really recognized as a slur anymore because it's so old.
No. The context of the scene was they were like, "The fuck did this guy call us?"
Oh, I thought it was like that. Like it's like they like that. Like they didn't like that's like such an outdated term. They were surprised to even use it.
Yeah, but the thing is, but that's the thing. They're surprised because it's an outdated term, but it's still a slur.
Okay.
But they recognize it as a slur. Yeah.
Fair enough.
You goddamn Italian slur.
Well, I've said it on stream before.
What, Dago? Yeah. That's what he calls the barber in the film.
He does. No. And
then he calls him a Pollock.
The breath. No, that's the thing. The
guy talk is what they call it.
But yeah, the actual tone and atmosphere of the movie, it feels like it's almost very.
Well, it flips.
Casual?
It flips between comedic and serious on a dime, even within scenes.
Yes.
It's a razor's edge balance they maintain.
Rangi's use of the word casual is very apt. That is how you can describe a lot of Eastwood's directed films. Casual, laid back. He takes his time.
Yeah, it feels very genuine. Like it's just like it feels authentic. Like this is just kind of how like this kind of person would go about his life. Like it doesn't I don't really feel like there's a lot acting in the film because everyone just kind of feels like real people. With the exception of the one thug, Smokey, he's trying to act all tough, and he's not selling me on it at all. It's like I used to be fat. I'm like, you still are. But
the atmosphere, it feels like it's very dark, then very hopeful, then very dark again. But it feels like it also kind of bait and switches you with the implication it's gonna become an action, like a specifically action film, and then it's like, no, this isn't that type of film, bro. If you were paying attention, you would have put together that this isn't that type of film.
Well, yeah, it actually kind of it sets up some expectations for the finale and subverts it, right? With like the finger gun when he pulls it up on the black guys, and then they're like, "Oh, look at Pops! Like, what the hell's wrong with this like crazy old white guy?" And then he pulls out a real gun, and they get fucking like, "Oh!" And then they start taking him seriously, and like so. Then when he does the finger guns at the end of the movie, you expect him to take the gun out again, like he did in the beginning of the movie, because that's kind of how you like you foreshadowing that moment. But then it subverts it by having him take out his lighter, and he gets shot dead, and like they get extra time in prison for shooting. Because they still would have went to prison for shooting him even if he pulled his gun out. But now the fact that he was unarmed, they're going away for a long time.
Oh yeah, well, especially because I'm sorry, like gunning down an unarmed old man who is considered a war hero, pillar of the community.
He's a war hero, dude.
A war hero. Yeah.
Yeah, he's
the jury of your peers. Good luck selling that one, pals.
Yeah, and then like the thing that he was reaching for was like his like.
Also, fuck! I just remembered I got jury duty the other day.
Heh. Are you juror number 2?
Well, hopefully I'll figure out the race of the defendant and I'll just make up a bunch of shit so I can get out.
Just go in there and say you don't like lawyers, you don't like judges, and you want the entire justice system to burn to the ground. I'm sure they'll let you go.
Can you just say you? I actually think it's a real thing you can do to get out jury duty. Just say you have a racial bias, and then they'll let you off the hook.
No, fun. Actually, I can't.
Well, that gets put on your file, but it will get you off jury duty.
No, I was gonna say something, and then I realized that it could actually be linked to me because I used it to get out of jury duty before in such a niche thing.
Yeah.
Say you have a racial bias, you don't like the lawyer or Americans.
I'll tell you later. It's not any racial thing. It
was a sexism thing. Rangi, notorious woman hater.
So the specific case I was brought into, some of my background actually gave me like a reasonable bias that would exclude me from the case. That's what I'll say.
Okay. And then for atmosphere, I think it does a really good job of like portraying kind of just like this kind of like gloom over the community at first, and then like
you know what really goes into that, because I think we can fit this into the same section. Setting.
Well, no,
Detroit.
I was gonna use it as my segue, but see, look, I stole the thunder from you earlier. You did to me. We're even now. But yeah, I think it was like the very like the it feels very downtrodden.
What could you just go into setting?
Yeah, I'm trying to do it. Let me do it. This is like
no, we're both determined to put you in the cock chair.
I hadn't stolen anyone's thunder, so it was my turn.
It was his turn. That's fair.
Fair is fair. But yeah, it's he almost made me lose my train of thought. God damn it! It's very it feels very downtrodden, right? And just kind of like everyone just feels just kind of like hopeless and aimless, and which is perfect atmosphere because the setting is Detroit, which is a city of downtrodden, aimless people because all the car manufacturing jobs left the city and that like fucking bankrupted the city, and like now it's just a like poor, destitute place full of like poor Midwesterners and ethnic migrants, and it's just like it's like the whole meme like, damn, can't have shit in Detroit because there's like so much crime. And like obviously you can see a lot of crime in this movie. You see a Latin gang, you see a black gang, you see a Hmong gang, so you see a lot of the results of the poverty.
To be fair, we don't know that the black guys were gang members. They could have just been assholes, I
guess, but
they were on a corner. They were selling drugs.
Yeah, I mean, it's
in the wild. I know.
They didn't paint up the standing of they didn't paint a picture of upstanding citizens. They implied they were going to rape the girl, so it's like
yes, they were definitely not upstanding citizens.
Yeah. But yeah, we can get into that scene more later when we get into the fun cameos of the film that we already mentioned. But yeah, I think, like I said, we touched upon it earlier. It was originally supposed to be Minneapolis. It got switched to Detroit. Obviously, they did it for tax break reasons, but I think it works better just for the story. I think Detroit emphasizes what the story is going for more, even if the Hmong population is not as big in Detroit as it is in Minneapolis. It's just Detroit is just kind of is known for that like downtrodden and like hopelessness that it like it's the meme. It's like, damn, you're in hell, like where else am I supposed to go? Detroit? Like it's the South Park thing where like you die in hell, it's like you can't go anywhere because you're already in hell. So it's like and the joke is like where are we going to send the people in hell? Detroit? Like that's the joke. Like the only place worse than hell is Detroit.
Okay,
fair enough. But have they heard of New Jersey?
Look,
thanks to
New Jersey has some nice spots at least. Yes.
thanks to Ian saying Hmong so many times there to describe the people in this film, I finally realised why they haven't settled in the UK. I guess it's not a thing in America, but Hmong is an insult for a stupid person.
Oh,
Like, stop
well,
being
no,
a
no,
Hmong.
no, no. Though the specific reason they settled in the U.S. though is
The car jobs,
it's
right?
actually said in the film. Basically, during Vietnam, they sided with us,
And then they got
and they got
persecuted.
persecuted
yeah.
afterwards. Yeah.
Which
Yeah,
I think
also they didn't want to be associated with being stupid Hmongs.
But I think
Yes.
back to a serious note of discussing the film. I think that was a good choice to have. I mean, obviously that's probably real history, but like to have pair that with a Vietnam character or at least a war veteran.
Korean War veteran.
Yeah, because you said that it was from the Vietnam War, right?
Yeah, they served with the Americans in the Vietnam War.
But
They fought for our side.
But my point is that it's still kind of like it's like a bonding thing that they were attacked by like the same type of people, obviously not the same group, but like the same type of people that Walt was sent out to fight, right? Like hostile Asian militia, and like so they can bond kind of over like the shared trauma of being attacked by groups like that. So that's like a cool like bonding experience he can have. Like it's a cool like icebreaker, really, because that's really like the first time you really see Walt start to warm up to her as a character was when she was kind of telling that story. Then the car ride home.
Yeah, that's true.
So I just thought that was a cool way to break the ice, like bonding over something you wouldn't expect and something Walt's probably never even thought of before. Because like he's not like he seems like a guy who knows what's what, but like he doesn't seem like the type to really like think about geopolitics on that level. And like the fact that like she's like kind of pointing it out to him, kind of like it's like the first example of him recontextualizing his Asian neighbors, and it kind of will continue throughout the film. Reevaluating rather. So I guess that could
Rangi,
what?
Has Rangi fucked off again?
I would assume
No.
so. Oh, well, to say you were.
Oh, okay.
Usually you interrupt me by now. That's why we assumed you left.
Oh, okay. I know. I was trying to be polite and
No,
not
good.
interrupt you.
Good job. It's just.
And also, I feel like this is one of those cases where world building this fits into world building.
Well, I was
so we can
actually
probably just
about,
skip that.
I was about to bring it up, which the world building really is the Hmong community. That's kind of like the extent of the world building in this film. It's just kind of their culture and like
Yeah, so they didn't
exploring it.
bother really explaining the time travel mechanics, so whatever.
Yeah. But like
Yeah,
that's
so in this case, we can go just right to characters outside of maybe discussing. Well, we kind of discussed the representation among. There's conflicting reports about that and how accurate it is.
But I think
it's also kind of from a bitter actor who didn't get a career from it.
There's actually another example of that. In an interview when the movie came out, he was like, Eastwood let us improvise in our Hmong language whenever we felt like it. And like 10 years later, he's like, no, that never happened.
Yeah.
It's like, this comes off really, really bitter.
Yeah, no, it's definitely he thought this film would skyrocket his career, and then he got like one other role in Hollywood after it, and he was just like, because like I looked at his filmography, he only has 2 roles. It's this film, and he played himself in like some show at some point.
Well, his filmography on Wikipedia only has 2 roles, but if Modern Family, but he also has been in more movies, but independent movies.
Gotcha. He just nothing of noteworthy.
Well, yeah, they're not on his Wikipedia page.
He is bitter. He is bitter actor who realized he only had one thing, and that was being Tao.
Well, I was just say, look, he's not a great actor. Like it works for it in this film because it feels so authentic, but like I can't really see him playing characters.
He was not a good actor.
No, he's not.
I don't think he was.
The girl who plays Sue, she's decent. I could see her.
I actually agree. She was probably the better actor of the two.
I think Spider was a better actor than him too. I thought the guy who played Spider did a pretty good job.
Tao's actor benefits a lot from the fact that
he doesn't have to really act.
Well, yeah, and his character has a lot of really built-in reasons to feel like his interactions are awkward.
He doesn't have to play a very characterful character, which it works for him. Like he's a very passive character for the vast majority of the film, which really hides his not great acting abilities, because he only really has to act in like one scene in the entire movie, and it's not great. It wasn't terrible or anything, but just like I wouldn't point that like, wow, what a good performance when he was like screaming at Walt to like let him out. It's like it's acceptable, but like I wouldn't highlight that as a highlight of the film. But yeah, I was gonna go.
The girl who plays Sue went on to her best role 8 years later as hostage girl number 1 in Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice.
Oh, so she didn't really have a career either then.
Not really.
What about the guy who played Spider? I feel like I recognize him.
He's in a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I was gonna say because he actually felt like a real actor. Like when he kept saying, "Oh, my little cousin," like he's like,
he's been in stuff pre Gran Torino. He's in The Last Airbender, and he's in the Disney live-action Mulan remake.
Oh, tough luck.
Wait! Which Last Airbender? What
the only one? There's only one live-action
movie.
Ooh.
There's only one of them.
He's uncredited as Earthbender God.
Oh, I remember. Oh, he's in the fucking rock scene. Oh, I remember that when they make the rock float across the sea.
And in the live-action Mulan remake, he plays Tien Po.
But yeah, that's why I recognize the actor from. He's in the meme, like the really shitty. They move the rock together. It's like 7 guys like like a little rock floats across the screen. It's just such terrible social effects. Well, I'm not sure if he's like one of those guys, but he's in that scene. There's only like one Earthbender scene in that movie. Is that scene? So if he's an Earthbender, he's in it.
Yeah, he's either that or he is what's his name? I forget the character's name.
King Boomy's not in the film.
Well, he doesn't have a name in the film.
No. There's another character that's established Earthbender.
Well, this character that he plays doesn't have a name. He's literally just Earthbender God.
Yeah, so he's probably he's probably the front man. Like they were in like rows, so he was probably the front of the row of the people moving the rock.
He's also in an episode of Veep.
Okay.
He's also in an episode of Iron Fist.
So basically, yeah, I think that's what actually happened is he had the one point of relevance, which was Gran Torino, and then like 3 years later, it's like I'm still not getting any roles.
We're going back to the other kid, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Okay. Well, I think that's most of it, but this one at least didn't fucking.
Well, like I said, Spider. I mean, like he's not a leading man, but he seems to be getting consistent work, which is good for him.
I actually think he was a way better actor. Yeah. Than Tao.
Yeah, he's an actor. He's actually an actor.
He's also produced some movies.
Well, Tao's actor, I feel like he gets that benefit of. His character is literally supposed to be awkward.
Yeah, he's really passive and awkward, which is really easy to do if you're not comfortable acting. It's like because that's just going to be how you're feeling. But yeah, one last note on world building. I think it's because like obviously the guy who wrote this wanted it to be the Mon culture, but like let's say Clint Eastwood wanted the redo the film, you could have really have made this work with any ethnic group, but the fact it was such a specific, such a kind of like a culture most Americans would not have any awareness of, kind of makes it a lot more interesting, right? Like they could have made this like a Latino family, and but Americans are pretty familiar with that culture, so like it wouldn't have hit the same way. Like he could have like learned to like his Latino neighbors. They make him like really good like food, and like he gets like Oh, who left?
Oh,
What, are you back? Art star.
I meant to mute my mic and I accidentally left the
Oh,
call. I'll be right back.
I was talking about Mexican food and art dipped. I'm like, damn, I didn't realize they hated Mexican food so much over in the UK. It's like bean supremacy, right? Like that's the English food's like the other culture that's really into beans.
Stay on target. We're too close.
Hey,
Stay on target.
it's always a good time to talk about beans, right? Anyway, yeah, I just thought that was a cool. I thought it was neat that they did such a unwell, what's the obscure culture to Americans. I think that really makes the film pop more, and they, because like I was really interested in learning more about that culture, whereas if it was like I said, like the Latino culture, I still enjoyed the film, what it was going for, and the themes and the characters. Just there's just that extra layer of like, oh, that's neat. I really enjoyed that. But yeah, characters. All right, so let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So there's 10 characters I wanted to go over. We can start with Clint Eastwood's son, because he's just a cameo. Trey. I really enjoyed his cameo. It was, I think, he was one of the funniest characters in the movie. Like just his goofy white boy personality, trying to act like all cool around the black guys, was I really enjoyed that. Hello? Anyone here?
Hello?
I can hear you. Is Rangi here?
I can hear Rangi.
Rangi, leave the call and join back. Let Rangi know that nothing he said over the last few minutes has been caught on stream.
Hasn't or has?
What?
Hasn't or has? Because he dropped a pretty
okay, that's good.
Nothing you said in the last few minutes was caught on stream.
That is good, because I said the F there.
Oh. Well, aren't you allowed to say it? Because you're one of them.
I'm allowed to say it, but YouTube will still ding you for it.
Okay, fair enough.
But I mostly said it just to test if you were fucking with me.
No. Why would I be fucking with you? You know that's like a thing that happens in every single one of these streams, that randomly one of you guys go out. Is Art still here?
Yeah, so I was gonna say,
Art,
with Clint Eastwood's son,
Art, wait,
I find it extremely...
Is Art here?
No.
Okay, good. Okay, go on. I just wanted to make sure everyone could talk.
I find it extremely funny that Clint Eastwood had his son's cameo be him calling him a pussy ass bitch.
Well, yeah, he's like a fucking like wannabe gangster, and like the black guys are like, "The fuck's wrong with you?" It's like, get out of here, white boy.
Well, and my other statement was he is the character from the Boondocks.
I've never seen that show.
Oh, okay. Well, it's the rich guy's.
Well, I saw one episode like in college, but that's about it. I don't know that
There's a character in the Boondocks that this guy is just that to a T.
Gotcha. Well, yeah, he keeps calling them bro and trying to dap them up, and they're like, "Don't call me bro."
Okay, wait, hold on. Let me see if I can get a picture for you for context.
What are you gonna say, Art?
Clint Eastwood had only publicly acknowledged Scott Eastwood as his son a couple of years prior to this.
Oh, really? So this was his first, his first bit of the limelight? Because Clint Eastwood had him pretty late, right?
In 1986.
Because like Clint Eastwood's 95, and Scott, his name's Scott, right?
Yeah.
Scott Eastwood only looks like he's like in his 40s.
He's 39.
Well,
he'll be 40 in 11 days.
All right, so I was a few years off. I thought he was early 40s, but yeah. So like, he's yeah. So that means Clint Eastwood had him at like 54,
56,
yes.
55. He's got two younger siblings too.
Oh my god. That's the perks of being a man, I suppose. You can have them whenever you want.
Oh, yeah, Ed Oncer, Jr.
What? The Onceler?
After Boondocks character.
That's the Boondocks character.
What did you pin a message?
Uh,
That was like 10 minutes ago. 5
no,
minutes
wait,
ago.
or is it the third? I think it's the third, actually.
What message did he pin?
Just the one going over the outline of the show.
No, wasn't it already pinned though?
The old one was, not the new one.
Uh-huh.
No, actually, the old one was too. Oh, the new one was too.
But yeah, anything else to say about a good old Scott Eastwood here? Oh, his character's name is Trey in the film. I don't know if that was like they ever say his name in the film, or is that just like something he was credited as?
Well, it's probably just in the credits because I don't remember. Actually, she might say his name.
Oh, I think she did. Yeah, I think when he's like, "Who's that?" She's like, "Oh, who Trey?" He's like, I think she does say his name once. Pretty sure she says it once. And he's like, "Was that
Not
your
a whole
date?"
lot to say about.
Yeah, she's like, "Was that your date or something?" And she's like, "Yeah, kind of." He seemed like a nice
Not a
kid.
whole lot. Not a whole lot to say about this character.
Well, I mean, he's just a fun cameo, and he does a good job. I mean, he's one of the better actors in the film. there's not a lot of good ones in this film.
Well, what else would you expect from the star of? Oh, I thought he was the one on Hawaii Five-0. He's not.
But no,
What
I
was
think
Eastwood?
Scott Eastwood. I think he's got a lot of talent, and I don't think I see him in much, but I would like to see him more. I know he does stuff.
Wh-
that was-
Which character are we talking about?
Trey, Scott Eastwood. He's a very talented actor. He's not
Oh,
as good.
oh,
He's
yeah,
not as good
no.
as his dad, obviously, but he's still pretty strong. Because a lot of times,
Yeah,
like
I
nepotism.
think we've already discussed him though at length in the movie. It's like he's just like some white guy who just gets bullied.
Yeah, but that was the character. I'm talking about from the performance. Like he's able to like have a lot of charisma and screen presence in just like a couple minutes on screen. Like he's easily one of the most memorable characters in the film, and he's only
We've
in it
got
for
to
like
give
2
him his-
minutes.
We've got to give him his full name.
Scott Eastwood.
No, the character.
Trey.
Apparently his full name is Trey Harmful.
Trey Harmful. That's got to be a reference to something.
Probably the character's wannabe rap
Ooh.
name.
Probably. But yeah, no, I really enjoyed. I didn't recognize it was his son when I watched it because I was just like there's just a lot going on in that scene. But like looking back on it, I'm like surprised I didn't catch it because like you can tell that he's like the spitting image of like what you imagine a Clint Eastwood's kid to look like. Very similar
He's
draw
not actually-
structure.
He's not actually credited as Scott Eastwood either.
Okay. Well, I guess he's just everyone knows it now, and it's like on Wikipedia and stuff. But like the actual credits of the film, he's not in it.
Well, he's credited as Scott Reeves. That's actually his birth name.
Okay, but he's taken up Scott Eastwood.
Yeah.
Smart career move, honestly. But yeah, I guess next we could go with so we did his real life kids. Now let's do his characters' kids.
Okay.
Mitch and Steve.
Well, I think we can knock off both of these because they're kind of.
Yeah, that's why I
I don't know
grouped them
how
together.
much different.
Mhm.
Yeah. It feels like they are kind of your typical like.
It kind of feels like the
Middle-
natural progression of going from like your
Yeah.
like the old boomer. I guess. Well, is he a boomer? He might be Greatest Generation, or
Yeah, he's not a
he's
boomer.
Silent Generation would be he is. So like it's kind of like that late Silent Generation, early boomer kind of like grumpy old parent, very traditional, and then like their kids kind of like shy away from that method of teaching, and then like even though they're very well mannered, their kids aren't because they didn't raise them the same way they were raised. So like you kind of get lost in translation, right? Like their kids are fucking punks. Like both sets of their kids are punks. We get especially
in
the
different
daughter.
ways.
Yeah, I mean, they're just kind of just disrespectful. I'm like, you don't act that way in church. Like, I went to church at that age, and like, I was taught better than to act like that in church.
I went to church at that age, and I didn't act like that. So.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't perfect. I was bored and complained, but I didn't like fucking like wear like informal clothing and like make a mockery of
No,
like the scene.
you wear your Sunday best because
Yeah.
that's what Sunday best is.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, so it's like it's just basically they what's his God, I'm drawing a blank on the character. Fuck, what's his name? It's how am I Walt. God, I don't know how I drew a blank on that. But Walt, he probably because he does regret not being close. Like that's his biggest regret is not being closer with his sons. He wish he was. And he probably does regret some of the ways he parented. But I mean, like, he did raise them to be successful, like hardworking people. It's just that like they probably didn't like how they were raised. And if you did like he did a more balanced approach, he probably could have still turned them into the men they are, but also like made them better parents in turn and like stayed close. Cause like he taught them to be like hardworking and like they're both successful. It's just like that's like kind of like they took the good parts of Walt's parenting approach, but like they didn't reciprocate the good parts because like they just regretted it as a total package. But Steve, you only get in the beginning and end of the film. Like he's just at the two funerals. Mitch gets a little bit more to do. Mitch comes and visits him to try and get him to go to the retire home so they could sell the house. He calls him trying to get Lions tickets from his old buddy. that made me laugh. That's such a like a dad thing to do. I do that to my dad all the time, stuff like that. And then
I've never done that to my dad.
I'm not gonna make any comments on that because I don't know how to handle that comment without doxing you somewhat. And then
I was gonna say I've never done that to Art's dad either.
But anyway, Mitch.
Wait, what? You know my dad?
I'm your
that
dad.
Makes one of us.
yeah. I bet I'm in the line for smoke.
Oh, shit. That makes one of us who's met my dad.
Damn. I'm gonna hit this is awkward button and I'm gonna return to the stream.
Why is it awkward when it's a clear setup of a joke? Come on, Iron. You can do better than this. But no. So with the way Mitch is, with the way the kids are portrayed, it feels like the implication is they only really interact with Walt when they either need something,
or it's like a family
or
event.
they feel obligated, or it's a family event like they feel obligated to.
Yeah,
like the funeral
or a birthday.
Well, no, not even then, because the kids don't go when it's his birthday.
No.
The kids don't go, and only one of the sons go.
Oh, you're right. Yeah. I got the impression that he was probably like the more local son. That's why like they interact more. That's kind of like that's just me just reading into the film because that tends to be how it works, right? Like
possibly, yeah.
Because like that's how like my own family, right? Like when they put my great grandma in the nursing home, like my dad was the one who was always visiting because he was the closest and he was kind of took care of everything because he was the closest relative. Not to say that there wasn't other factors, but that was like one of the major ones of why he was the one always. And he was also the oldest son, just like Mitch is. So it's kind of like the oldest son kind of bears a bit more of the responsibility and like just
oh good, I have no responsibility. Nice.
That's just kind of it just feels like it's the trope of like he's the older more locally close son. I was gonna say
these are the perks of being the youngest son, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah,
be like me, the youngest son.
You just kind of forget about him just like the film does.
No, it's only the middle son.
That's even worse.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I think they do. I recognize Mitch's actor. What's he from? Tell me,
Mitch
Art.
is.
The older son. The one who's in, like, throughout the film. Was he in, like, Suits or something?
He's in The Departed.
The Departed? I've seen that film.
He plays Detective Number 2, Traylon Quinlan.
Does he not? Does
He's
he?
in Mars Attacks.
What was it? What's it called?
Mars Attacks?
I don't know if I've seen that. If I have, it was a long time ago.
Where he also plays a character called Mitch.
I don't know. Maybe I remember.
He
him.
was in the Amazing Spider-Man 2, but his scenes were deleted.
Oh,
Huh?
I guess.
Huh?
I guess I guess I remember him from The Departed then, because he seemed familiar.
But yeah,
Departed, that's
I
a
don't
really good
think
film.
I think the idea of the sons, they're just so disconnected, and
And
I feel
Walt blames them at the beginning of the film, but then when in confession, he basically blames himself because like he's the problem.
He says he's always regretted that he doesn't feel close to his sons. Yeah,
And I think
Fuck.
that's kind of like the subtext there is that like the reason he's confessing that is because he's the reason they're not close with him because he was an overbearing father.
He literally says like it's always bothered me.
Yeah, and probably the reason it bothers him
it-
so much is it wasn't like he was a good dad and he just has shit sons. They seem like pretty good guys. It's just that like it was just their dad really frustrates them.
It feels like there's an almost irreconcilable difference between them where they have an entirely different mentality from him. They have an entirely different worldview from him.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's probably Walt's fault, though. He pushed them away by being too hard on them. And, like, that's why they rejected that worldview. If he took a more balanced parenting approach, they probably would have been more traditional themselves and closer with Walt. It's just, like, that's that hardline approach, especially in a society that doesn't encourage that as much. Like, because back in the day, everyone had that hardline approach, and that was just, like, there wasn't really a mainstream alternative. Like everyone's parents were that way. So like it was actually kind of weird when someone's parents wasn't that strict. So now when it's the opposite, it's just kind of encouraged to parent differently. It's like it's much easier to break away from that traditional parenting. Because like if you look at, I mean, for most of, let's go with American history, it's just like it was a very similar parenting style. And I guess probably world history as well. I mean, obviously there's cultural differences.
Either way, I think we are lingering on these characters a bit much.
Yeah, no.
But I think we get the basic idea of it. He is not close to his sons. His sons aren't close to him either. And it feels like anytime they interact with him is obligation or self-interest.
Correct. Yeah.
So, Ian, have you ever played a video game called NFL Blitz?
No, is he in that?
Not only is he in it, he wrote the commentary.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, that's kind of neat.
Huh.
I've only ever played Madden, but I heard there's much better football games out
who's
there.
the next character?
Martin, someone that Walt is actually close with. Walt's best friend, pretty much, is this character.
Yeah, the barber. The barber. I was thinking, my brain went to barkeep for some reason.
I mean, he's probably like friendly with the bartender, but it's like I wouldn't know if I don't know if he would call him his actual
my
friend.
impression was this is the bar that he's gone to for like 60 years. He probably knows the bartender.
Oh yeah, he's probably close with the bartender, but like I wouldn't like he seems to have a like special relationship with this barber. Probably doesn't have the same extent with his barkeep.
I got the impression, yeah. Well, and this is kind of never one of those old like masculinity tropes where it's like you are probably closer to your barber where you're gonna bitch and complain because it is kind of a male space.
Well, it's basically like the closest thing to a therapist that these type of guys will ever get.
Yep.
It's like I mean like a lot of like older, more masculine cultures, like their therapist, like their barber basically is their therapist and they don't even realize it. Like they have all the same conversations you would with a therapist.
I also think he facilitates one of the funniest jokes in the movie.
Oh, dude, yeah, where he pulls the gun out.
No. The aftermath of that.
Oh yeah. Well, that whole scene is just fuck. It's just fucking
my
hysterical.
ass is sore from all the men in my
Dude, yeah. It's like, my ass is sore from all the men pounding me at work. My asshole is sore from all the guys hounding me at work.
That was the funniest joke of the whole movie.
Yeah, that was the
actually.
funniest line. I was fucking dying laughing when he said that.
But Martin feels,
And he says it in such a broken English way too that just like makes it even funnier. Oh.
But Martin is almost feels like he is kind of that old school bartender. He's or not bartender, barber. But yeah.
Also, Art, I
both have kind of the same vibe.
Actually, no, I'll save this question for later.
Oh, okay, fine, whatever.
Sorry, what were you saying, Rangi?
Well, yeah, he's the old school barber. He is kind of an older guy himself. He's not as old as Walt.
No,
so I'm wondering
he's
if
probably like 15 years younger. He's probably in his like
Yeah.
early 60s, late 50s.
yeah, but
45
He's 45 in the movie.
Uh-huh.
Well, I guess he just looks older because he's bald.
Yes,
Wow. Wow.
Bald adds like 10 years. I'm sorry.
It does, yeah. Yeah, yeah. It just whatever age you are, it adds like 10, 15 years. But yeah, so he's in his mid 40s. I would have guessed late 50s, but fair enough. But yeah,
and we never get an age of him in the movie, so I think, but it's safe to say that Walt has known him for decades.
he's the way I took it is he's like he's older than Walt's kids. Like it's like he wouldn't like he's not on the same level as, because Walt's kids are obviously grown men, but they're like in their like late 30s, and he's probably like a good.
Ironically, the guy who plays Mitch, the older son, is the same age as the actor who plays the barber.
Yeah, but I think in universe he's supposed to be older than them.
I think they leave it ambiguous, but we can assume that he's.
It's just the way he interacts with Walt. It's like more on a. I feel like it's more on a level, because like otherwise, like because like guys like this don't really. I know like how a lot of older guys like they interact with people who are their kids' age, like as if they're still kids. And I don't think he would be interacting with this guy if he was the same age of his kids. He would kind of be treating them. He wouldn't be treating them as much as an equal.
Well, the implication I got was they're probably at least within like 10 years of age.
Yeah, I mean he's probably not that much older than his kids, but I'm saying, but if he's in the same like 2-3 years as like his kids, I don't think he'd be this as on the level as he is with him. Is my point, because like this is older guys, because they would just contextualize it like, oh, he's my son's age, and he would immediately shift demeanor to like how he kind of interact with his son and his son's friends. Like that's just kind of how like my grandpa is.
Yeah. I do get that impression that it would be that way, and I didn't get that impression with how he interacts with the barber. So I get the impression or at least he has known the barber.
Yeah, but my point,
since the barber was an adult.
Yeah, sure. I'm just saying. I just feel like in universe he's even the act, because like actors play a variety of different like the fucking actor for like Grease, like she's older than some like the faculty, I think, in that movie, and she plays like a teenager. But the actors' ages can vary significantly from the character they're supposed to portray. I just feel like that like in universe Martin's character is probably supposed to be a bit older than the actor is, so he's a bit more on the level with Walt as like an older guy like figure. That's just my take on it. Anyway, but yeah, his service in the film is obviously just kind of someone Walt can treat as like an equal, like a similar worldview, so that like he can bounce off of really nicely, and then like they have like a fun relationship where he constantly accuses him of gypping him, and then like he like basically says like, I'll pay you more when you get better at your job, and then like at the end of the film there's a neat little payoff where he finally pays him more than he normally would. and like he gets like a special shave that he normally wouldn't ask him to do. So it's kind of like it's a nice little goodbye without saying goodbye.
Well, yeah, it's interesting, right? Because the bartender has a very specific relationship that I think, or yeah, barber. My brain keeps mixing
This is like the
two. I don't
fourth
know.
time you've done it.
It is. I know. I don't know why. But either way, yeah, the barber has a very specific kind of antagonistic relationship with him. I think only men can really have that sort of style of relationship in this way,
Yeah, it's a very like
in my experience.
it's a very like guy relationship like that. Like you still see today,
Yeah.
but like it's like
Yeah. The entire relationship is based off shit talking, but they do actually like each other.
well, yeah, it's kind of like the traditional. Like you ever watch The Ranch?
No.
Okay, because that's I think one of the best shows showcasing like a friendship like that. Like Sam Elliott plays like this old bitter like rancher who has like a similar relationship with his kids that Walt does with his kids in this film, except for the difference is his kids still like are involved in his life. So like that's kind of like the major difference. Like they have a similar relationship, but the kids like stuck around essentially. And they're also younger and don't have families yet, so that there's still time for them to fuck off. but yeah,
but yeah, I think what's time. I think we should move to the next one anyway.
Anyway, I'll just finish my point. There's just I think that show also has a really good of like Walt and Martin type of relationship where he has the same relationship with his vet because he's a rancher and his vet kind of serves like a similar like it's like a business transactionary relationship, but like old guys they treat their like long-term clients as friends. Like salespeople treat their clients like that, and like any career really. Like I actually had like the sales conference I was just at, the guy was talking about how like some guy who gave him a hard time and that like one of his clients who was like a total bastard to him, like they ended up becoming like real good friends, and like the shit talking just evolved from like a hostile business relationship to like a genuine friendship. But anyway, we can move on now. I guess next up we can do Smokey. He's Spider's right hand man and the worst actor in the film.
True.
He's pretty bad. I can't take any scene he's in seriously. He's just awful. And that punch he throws, oh my god, that was pathetic. Like in the scene that I have visualized, like, dude, that was I think it might be like the weakest like punch I've ever seen in a film. Like, dude, it looks like he pussy slapped him. Like, yeah.
It's also the same way puts the cigarette out on him.
Yeah, and
when it does the reverse shot looking back up at him, it looks really, really fucking awkward.
Yeah, it just thought not. He's so bad at trying to be like scary. Maybe that's kind of the point. Like they're just like they think they're all that, and there's a bunch of fucking goobers that like Walt doesn't take seriously until they step the line, right? Like until they do a certain event, he doesn't really take them seriously. Just don't hang around them kind of thing. And then like they do something drastic, and Walt's like, all right, this is I'm getting serious here now. War Walt was coming back. But yeah, I think it's safe to say, because this is the only actor that I couldn't of like the main like characters I couldn't find a Wikipedia page for. So it's like that goes to show that like he does, at least the other ones who didn't get work have a Wikipedia page.
Let's see if he's in anything else. No.
I have to say I doubt it. I would, if I was a director or a hiring agent, I would not want to cast this guy in anything after seeing his performance in this film. Like, it is really bad. It takes me out of any scene he's in.
Yeah, but sometimes that doesn't matter. Sometimes what they're looking at is, oh, this movie made a lot of money. Let's cast him.
Yeah, but he's such a minor character in this film that I feel like that like it wouldn't really apply.
You'd be surprised how stupid Hollywood is.
No, you're right. I should never underestimate Hollywood stupidity. That's a good life lesson.
Although they did get a W here because they didn't cost him anything else.
There you go. A broken clock is right twice a day and all that. Art, what do you got to say about Smokey?
I mean, he's still sort of the what's the word?
The right hand man.
Yeah, the heavy, him always in one.
Yeah. Yeah, he's the muscle, I think is what you're looking for.
Yeah.
Which is pretty pathetic. He's pretty pathetic muscle, but that's what his role is in the film.
I mean, the guy in the picture that you have posted would work as the muscle. He's actually doing more. He's fucking restraining the guy.
Yeah. He's probably a better actor too. You can't get much worse. But yeah, no, he's definitely just supposed to be that like muscle enforcer type character, but like he's so unintimidating that like it's just like it unless they're going for that, I don't know if that was intentional or not to purposely make him very unintimidating. I don't know. I feel like he's supposed to be intimidating.
No, I think he's supposed to be intimidating because he's intimidating Tao into doing all the gang related stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I guess since Tao's such a pathetic pussy that even this kid is intimidating. I guess that maybe that's what they're going with. Like, wow, this pathetic, like wannabe gangster is like able to even bully this kid because that's how pathetic he is. Maybe that's the angle they were going with, or maybe they just didn't realize how bad of an actor they cast.
Okay, yeah. So we're still talking about the fat kid, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, he just comes across as the useless fug that's just like Mr. Fug.
Well, that's what me and Art were getting at. I don't know if that was intentional that he's like the useless guy. I think he's actually supposed to be intimidating in the narrative. It's just the actor makes it so he isn't.
Well, like I said, they really struggled with Hmong actors.
But he's the only one that took me out of the film, to be fair.
Yes. He doesn't. He also doesn't have that many like specific moments. To be fair,
dude, he has like he punches Tao into the scuffle in the yard. He puts a cigarette out on him. He's like the one that gets beat up by Walt. Like he's. I mean, like I said, maybe they were trying to make him pathetic so that like it makes sense that like a like 80-year-old man is able to beat up this like muscle character. Like, I don't think that'd be as realistic if he was, like, actually, like, intimidating. Like, you remember, like, the black guys from earlier? Like, the big dude? Like, if he was that type of character, I feel like it'd be a little unrealistic for Walt to kick the shit out of him.
I don't know, because Walt kicks the shit out of him with the element of surprise.
He does, but even then, like, Walt is bigger than him, right? Like, if like, Walt had to do that to a character bigger than him, I don't know if it would probably feel awkward. Like if you had to do that to like a 6'4" jacked black guy or just jacked any guy, right? Like I feel like it would break my immersion a little bit to see old man Walt like throwing down this like 300 pounds of muscle dude down the stairs and beating the shit out of him. You don't think that would break your immersion at all?
Okay. The thing about it is Hmong are on average particularly short, apparently.
Yeah, and no, that makes sense. I'm just saying I think that it goes in the film's favor that it is like they are physically unintimidating because you can have a scene like Walt do what he does and it come across as like, yeah, it makes sense. He's an old military war veteran who knows what he's doing. It's just that like even with that said and that he had the element of surprise, if it really was like a really big muscle dude, that I don't think that the scene would have worked. It would have felt like almost parodic. How do you say that? Parodonic. Art, what's the word I'm looking for?
Paraplegic.
Like,
yeah, that one.
Like it would felt like parody if it was like someone like way bigger than him, and so I think it helps the realism of the film that it is someone that Walt could reasonably kick the shit out of.
Well, the other thing is Walt comes across as one of those old men who is particularly active. He comes across as somebody who doesn't really do well with just like
You say that, although we only
making things easier for him.
you say that, but
like
we
the family actually had this.
we see always see. We're gonna say particularly active, and all we see him doing the whole film is still his porch.
What do you mean? We know he uses one of those like fucking manual like lawnmowers
Yeah, no,
from
I'm
like the Stone Age.
I'm memeing, but like it is correct though that like old appliances work better. They do because like it's the downside of capitalism. To make more money, they design products to break after a few years of use, so you have to buy a new one. Whereas the old stuff was made to last.
Actually, you can. We'll get to this with when we get more into Walt. Actually,
Anyway, I think that's all we had to say about Smokey. So let's go into Spider.
Spider.
He's the best of the Asian actors. Like when he was saying like My Little Cousin and stuff like that, he's able to come off as like both charming and sinister at the same time, which is like it's hard to pull off, but he does it.
He feels like he does kind of care, but he cares in like a really bad way, if you know what I mean.
I feel like it is based. It's like kind of like he's gaslighting himself into this is what's best for Tao, right? Like Tao's needs to man up, and this is how you man up in this culture, or at least this culture in America.
Yeah,
but
because they're kind of edging into kind of the minority ghetto culture when it's interesting because you get both kind of sides. You get the young men, the culture these young men of this minority group is forming,
of
and
really
then you get
of really any minority group. I mean, you see several other factions that they beef with in the film.
And then you get the hyper traditionalist Hmong, there were men of that community who were clearly not like bad dudes. They weren't involved in crime. They weren't involved
because they were the migrants. It was the next generation that became that way.
Yeah, that's what I mean, and it's very clear. This is one of those things I think Spider isn't a particularly interesting character in himself. He does want the best for Tao, but he doesn't understand what the best for Tao is.
This is where I was about to get at. I think you're misconstruing it. He wants what's best. He thinks he wants what's best for Tao, but he wants what's best for himself, which is another member of his gang. He's basically gaslighting himself that he's doing the best for Tao, when really, if he actually cared about Tao, he would want to help him achieve what he wants to achieve, not what Spider wants him to achieve. Like it's a very toxic relationship. It's like he's the gang leader, so he probably roped in everyone else in his group in the
he
same
doesn't
way.
really care about Tao's opinion in the matter either. That's
also
kind of the other
Rangi,
sinister.
We're gonna get to it, but how much does he really care about his family? He helped rape his cousin.
Yeah. So I always assumed another gang member did, but yes.
No. He helped. He helped kidnap her,
and he's covering it up.
Well, dude,
not fucking shooting that guy.
Well, no, dude, he helped kidnap her. He was one of the people who came and grabbed her. He
helped orchestrate the
he was probably
unfortunate circumstances.
Even if he didn't physically partake in the raping, he probably did partake in the beating and then watched them do it, or at least knew they were doing it and did nothing to stop it. So he's absolutely complicit.
He didn't blow that fucker's brains out right there and then when
it's not about that. He knew they were gonna go do that, and he allowed it. He gave him the green light. They throw it back at him in the film. Like there's like, how could you do that to your own family member? That's kind of what I'm saying,
and that's I'm agreeing with you, Iron. Stop arguing with me.
No, I will argue with you, and you're gonna like it. God damn it.
Okay, well, you know what? Then she deserved it just because you're arguing with me.
Oh my god. Anyway, what are you gonna say?
Because it's your fault.
Most things are Iron's fault.
That is true.
That is true.
Iron, where were you on November 23rd, 1963?
I do think
I plead the fifth.
So I think at the beginning of the film, it feels like Spider does think he's doing the best for his young cousin. He's like, "Oh, you need to man up. Oh,
Mhm.
you're doing woman's work." He clearly has a perspective.
Yeah, I'd like.
It's not a good perspective. It's not a agreeable perspective. He has a perspective.
That's why I'm using the word gaslighting. Like, I think he knows this is not what's best for Tal deep down, but he's gaslighting himself into saying this is what's best for him because he
Oh.
wants to seem like the benevolent older cousin. And then, like, when they
I think
resist,
he's gaslighting himself too. To be honest,
that's
I
what
think
I'm
he is-
saying. That's
Well, because if he accepts that it's not the best for Tao, then he also has to consider his own choices.
yeah,
in life.
that's my whole point. He's gaslighting himself that this is like the way to go, and it's how Tao should go too.
I
yeah.
I think they're both wrong. I think he's gaslighting himself.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what we said.
I know that was a joke.
Oh, good one. That went over my head.
Yeah, I thought it was a joke. I was like, okay, is there more to the joke than that? Or
No, that was
because I
good.
don't want to highlight the joke.
No, I like that. Me and Rangi tend to do this a lot, where we'll be making the same exact point. It's just we don't understand we're both making the same exact point because we use different language to express that point. We've done this in every stream so far, by the way, Rangi.
I am
his fault.
painfully aware of this.
You know, you're a part of this podcast. You could just call us both
Well,
retards
let's
and
move
tell us to
to
go
the-
yeah,
on.
like I'm-
Let's
like
cover
I'm-
the spider. Let's get to the
like
interesting
I'm-
characters.
Like I'm gonna be able to break in when you two are fucking arguing back and forth.
This is why you should have the soundboard, Art. You can play to stay on target. Yes. So, who else do we got? Okay, we only have the main 4 characters, so let's do Father Janovich first.
Yeah, he is very much a Catholic priest who wants the best for the neighborhood, wants the best for his flock.
I think making him really young in comparison to Walt is like it was a really good choice because like
it's a specific reason why Walt has struggled so much to kind of acquiesce to it.
Well, that's part of it. I mean, it's compounding factors which makes it like really like it really sells that like Walt doesn't want to deal with him because one, he never bought into the idea of church. He only went because his wife went, which is fun fact. My grandpa was the same way until his wife died, and then he embraced the church after because that's like what his wife would have wanted for him, and Walt does the same thing. So like that really hit home for me from like a personal experience that like that's like something that like a lot of guys like that, especially from that generation, because I think he's also my grandpa is from the silent generation as well. He's like the last year of it or whatever, but the one that Walt's from, and that's like a lot of those guys were very disillusioned, but like it was very traditional to be a part of that community, and a lot of the women did genuinely believe, so they went on behalf of their wife's wishes, and then like it was only once that they passed that they finally like genuinely accept like the community for what it is rather than an obligation to his wife and tradition. And then the fact that he's young, it just makes it harder. It makes that barrier all the much harder because he's getting lectured by someone like a third of his age.
He also has one of the other funniest lines in the movie, where when Walt finally comes in for confession, and he's like, "Jesus Christ, what did you do?"
Yes, that is it's a really great reaction, and he's right. Like Walt's planning something really drastic. That's the only reason he's showing up.
There's also that other funny moment where Walt confesses, and after he's done his confessions, he's just like, "Wait, that's it?"
Well, because he expected Walt to go into his war trauma, but I think what the film leads you to believe is that like Walt, that did haunt Walt for years, but he did eventually make his peace with it, and the things he didn't make his peace with were just trivial stuff that like surprises the priest. And the
other thing I would note is the date for the the first thing he confessed for was like in the 60s.
Well, yeah, because these are the three things that have been eating him away. Because like he's kind of made peace with everything else. He really regrets cheating on his wife, even though it was just a kiss. Like that's like a big deal to him. He really regrets what?
No, my impression was then he probably had confessed of the sins in the Korean War already.
Yeah, probably.
No.
No.
He confesses his trauma about the Korean War to Tao later on.
Well, yeah, he does, but I mean the sins.
Because he says he hasn't confessed in forever. I don't think he's ever been to confession before. But the confession about the Korean War stuff and talking about what the killing the kid in the Korean War, that's not for the priest, that's for Tao.
Yeah, no,
it's more important for him to confess that to Tao than to the priest.
No, I think that's fair. I think that's a fair read.
I can believe either, because I can believe he is like, I am going to confess my sins since the last time I remember confessing. Because remember, the first incident he mentioned with the kissing the other woman was in like 63.
Yeah, because
10 years after
the Korean War. So that's the read I had as well. He hasn't confessed since he confessed his crimes in the war, and he hasn't been back to confession since. That was my read on it.
I mean, he does specifically say he's never been to confession before.
No, he says
no. He says he hasn't been there in forever, but that can be a colloquialism.
Yeah, what other line are you referring to, Art?
That's the line I'm referring to, but given his other lines about how much he doesn't like religion, it leads me to believe he's just never been to confession.
See, the read I got on it was he did confess his Korean war crimes to a priest way back in the day, and he didn't like how it went, and he felt like it didn't really, like it wasn't what he thought it was going to relieve the burden of. Like, I think that's the read I got. He's the reason he doesn't go to confession anymore because he tried it once and it went badly, and he's sworn it off. That's the read I got.
I agree with what you got, and then the other thing I think of that I feel like tangentially supports that is, you know a lot about death. What about life? Walt silent. That's another one of the priest's best lines, by the way. The best moments with the priest.
Well, yeah, because Walt does have a good understanding of death. Like, he was a very effective soldier, and he understands what it means to take a life and the effects that will have on a man. And he has come to grips with that. But like he's come to grips with death and his own death. Like that doesn't really haunt him in this film. What really haunts him is that he didn't make as much of an impact in his life on his sons. That's his biggest regret. He wasn't close with his kids. That like, and it's just such a human thing that like he's about to face his own death, and like his only major life regret is he didn't spend more time with his kids and like more quality time. So like that's just
I do. While I do agree with that, I do also think that when he tells Tao what he did in Korea, that's the first time he's ever told another person.
No, I think that's a fair read. I completely understand what you got there, Reed.
I can agree with that. Yeah. If anything else, part of me wonders if maybe it's both. Maybe he started confessing to the prior priest, and then they made the mistake of reacting to it.
Yeah, we'll never know. I think the way it's set up, I think it's works.
Ambiguous.
I think it works either way on a character level. If he confessed and that's why he has such a disdain for the church because they didn't handle it well, or the way he was hoping it would be handled, and that's why he hasn't gone to confession in forever, or that he's never gone to confession, and the first time he is confessing those crimes is to tell.
My two things that would lead me to believe this. One, I would say he probably lost his faith during the Korean War. So he wouldn't have confessed afterwards because he already lost his faith. Two, he's got his silver star buried in a fucking chest in his basement. Like, I don't think there's no opportunity for someone to find it and ask him why he has it.
No, confession is he voluntarily goes and shares those stories.
Yeah. I don't know. I can believe either, and I think either way is a kind of legitimate read of the film, to be honest. And I think that either way, I really like how earnest the priest is.
Also, he kind of starts and ends the film. Like, obviously, there's
Yes.
the legal procedure scene after this, but like the thematic start and end of the film are with this priest.
And it bookends the fact that he has been changed by Walt. His eulogy for Walt
Yes.
is way different than his eulogy for Walt's wife.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like how Walt has made such an impact on all like these people around him. Like, it's just, I mean, you can see like the difference, right? It's like his wife's funeral, it's like all their family and friends, whereas his funeral, it's the community that's come to pay their respects, which is just kind of, it's kind of because like it's another little black comedic beat, right, where you're at a funeral and but it's funny because like Walt's kids are looking over like, what the fuck are all these Asians doing here? Because they probably know how racist their dad is, and they're just probably bamboozled why half the people in the funeral are Asians, which he probably has. And then, like, again, in the next scene, like, in his will for them, he calls them, like, 8 different racial slurs when he gives them the cars. And they're probably like, what the fuck is going on here? Like, they're probably so fucking confused. Like, why is he giving this Asian kid that he's calling slurs in the will his, like, most prized possession? What the fuck happened since our mom died? Because it's only been a few months in between the two funerals.
Well, this is the other thing. It's like his connection with his family feels like obligation, and it feels like the priest realizes that too. And the priest is probably one of our better vehicles for discussion.
He's also one of
it's
also one of the better actors in the movie as well.
I think I would say outside of Clint Eastwood, he probably is the second best actor.
No, the second best actor is the barber. What do you think, Art?
John Lynch does rule.
Yeah.
I'm biased because I met him.
I was gonna say, okay, let's say the second best main character actor.
Sure, because I mean, there's really only like 4. I mean, I would say he's the least prominent of the main characters. He's more like most important. He's most important. I would say he's most important supporting character is how I would classify him.
Well, and it's funny. He says it best. Like, Walt called me an overeducated 27-year-old.
Yeah, that's a really funny line.
He called it like he sees it. Sees it.
Yeah, no, he's like that's. I think that's like goes to show that like it's kind of circling back to how he started the film. Is that like I feel like in a lesser film they would have had Walt change the way he spoke, but because the signal the change in the man, but like he's a man that shows the change in his action because he's always talked that way. He's not going to change the way he communicates. It's just kind of just how he is. But like you judge a man by his actions, not his words, right? So like then there's the other saying a man's always as good as his word, but like you get what I'm getting at. It's like it's his actions that define the man, and like how he treats the community is way different from the beginning to the end of the film. So even if he speaks the same, it's like you got to read between the lines and see what he what you can see it. The proof's in the pudding with like how many like people from the community showed up to his funeral. He made a difference in this community, and like the colorful language. That's just kind of a fun character quirk at this point, rather than like a point of disdain.
Well, yeah, because it doesn't actually matter if he says like South Bay. It matters what he actually.
Yeah, he said some racial slurs, but he went to
measured by his words. It's by his actions.
Yeah, and like it's like at the end of the day, right? Yeah, he says some pretty colorful language, but like he literally died for his neighbors. Like the man was pretty dedicated. I know he was dying anyway, but that doesn't trivialize the sacrifice.
Yeah, well, I mean, he literally is trading in what time he has left.
Yeah, because like he could have lived another 2, 3, 4 years, and he's like, you know what? I'm gonna go out now because I'm gonna make a difference now. I wouldn't those years.
Well, and also he genuinely cares for Tao.
Yeah,
Tao's family.
Mm-hmm.
But
speaking of that,
we're once again we're getting off topic.
Well, no, it's a good transition point. He does care about Tao's family, and the introduction to that.
But we're talking about the priest.
Didn't we go over the priest already?
We gone over the priest, but you haven't segued us into it. Okay.
Well,
Who are we talking about now? Are we talking about Walt now?
No, Sue. I literally just segued it. I said, speaking of his connection with the family, the character that segued.
I must have missed that.
Yeah, you miss a lot of things. Anyway, the character that segued Walt into that world and was kind of the first olive branch was Sue, Tal's older sister. It's kind of interesting because you could kind of break this film into two parts. The first half of the film is him building his relationship with Sue, and the second half of the film is him building his relationship with Tal, because she's very present in the first half of the film and not as much in the second half, and Tal's not that present in the first half of the film and is very present in the second. They both have scenes in the other halves of the films, but their prominence in the film is dependent upon Walt's focus, because he is pretty much the only POV character in this film. There's a couple of scenes. You get a little bit
of Tal later.
Yeah, you get a little bit of Tal before and after, and you get a little bit of Sue. Tal and Sue and Father Jakovich each have a couple POV scenes, but for 95% of the film, it's all through Walt's POV.
It definitely is.
Anyway,
makes sense.
We'll segue into POV real quick because that's not going to be a very long topic. But I think having it be a single POV focused film really works for this type of story, because even though it's it is also about the Hmong, it's about the Hmong through the relationship with Walt, and Walt is the fish out of water that he experiences this world. Even though they've been around him his whole life, he never really understood them until the last few weeks or however long this film takes place.
And it definitely helps that the single POV character is also the director, and so we'll understand the director's vision.
Yeah, it's a very focused film, which is what Art was kind of getting at earlier. It's what was the word you used for it?
I don't remember, but yeah, it's a very focused film.
Yeah.
It's lazy, it knows what it's doing.
Yeah, he's very.
It takes his time to do it.
Mm-hmm. He's not rushed to get to the good stuff, as you will. It's the opposite of Pierce Brown. I think Pierce, just to shout out the Red Rising stream we do. He's the writer of the Red Rising stuff. He's a very talented writer, but I think he doesn't know how to slow down, because even his slower stuff's still pretty fast paced relatively to a lot of other book series I really like. He's just balls to the walls from start to finish, and a lot of people like that. I just think that sometimes in a story you kind of need the slower moments to give your story some time to breathe, and I think that's Clint Eastwood really knows how to do that.
I just want to
which takes us into pacing. We're just jumping around here. Any sorry, what were you gonna say, Art?
Well, look in the chat.
My iPad died. What's in the chat?
Just before we started the podcast, I said anytime Iron brings up Red Rising on the podcast, I'm going to yell slurs.
All right.
Okay, Dago.
Oh yeah, you got that. Stop talking about Red Rising, you Dago.
All right, you Polak. That's the lore now. You're a Polish Brit.
Yeah, he's assigned you the nationality of Polish. Not the nationality I would do if I was gonna say slurs on the podcast, but I'm a good boy.
I feel like YouTube would ding me for saying Polak. I feel like no one takes the Poles seriously. Not even YouTube.
Wait, what do you mean? There's plenty of people who take Poles seriously.
Wasn't the CEO of YouTube Polish?
Yeah, but this is self-hatred. There's a lot of that.
No. I was gonna make a stripper joke.
You already did make the stripper joke.
I did make the stripper joke. You're right, but I was gonna make more stripper jokes. Now I feel like it would be awkward.
Anyway, since we segued in them early, any final thoughts for pacing or POVs?
I did mention saying earlier, like Clint Eastwood has a very economical way of pacing. Like he doesn't rush; he takes his time. It's very considered.
Mm-hmm.
It's very
Absolutely.
clear that anything we're seeing is very much intentional and very much is going to tie into things.
Mm-hmm.
And that's really hard to do.
Pacing's
With
I think one of the toughest things to do in writing. Even the best writers, I think, struggle with it. Because
because most people don't understand the importance of it.
what's his name? What's his
I don't
name?
know, what is his
he
name?
did The Killer. He did a lot of other films like that. What's his? He did
David
Seven.
Fincher.
Yeah, Fincher. Thank you. Fincher said to I forget who he said it to, but he told the guy he's like I would trim a minute out of this film, and the guy's like, a minute? That doesn't seem like a lot. He's like, trust me, if you take the right minute out, it can make it feel like 15. And it's like, it's just like, it really like matters where you apply the pacing, and like it goes in both directions. Like things can be bloated and they need to be trimmed up, or things can be too fast and that you need to slow down. And like I feel like Clint Eastwood has a good idea of how to do a slower pace without making it feel like bloated or aimless.
As an example, if he would have cut out 1 minute of Keira Knightley from any movie with Keira Knightley in, that would make a huge difference.
But there's things I want to say about the characters now that we've gone through POV.
Yeah, would you?
Okay.
And that is Sue's role in the film, because
Yeah,
I feel like the idea of it is she has to be the more
she's
like
the bridge
kind of,
between Walt and the Mong.
yeah, because she's the more put together. She's the more put together of the siblings.
Also, you like how I put this the image of the American flag behind her? I feel like she kind of gets the idea of what it means to be an American the most of any of the Hmong.
Yes,
because I feel like the rest.
Well, yeah. She understands, like, okay, well, we're here. We're going to be here. We need to connect with people, and this guy is like the prime type of person we need to connect to.
Well, I wouldn't
if
say
we
he's
want
the
to
prime
survive.
type. I think he's the only option they have available to them, so that they should utilize it. Like he's the only non-Hmong in the neighborhood.
Yeah, because I feel like part of her wants to kind of move them all out of like the extremely hyper community here, out of the extremely, but they need to have interaction with somebody who is not Hmong.
Well, I think her character represents kind of like balance, right? Like she understands that like the two type of Hmong in this community aren't healthy. Like the isolationist traditionalists, right? Like all the old folk, they don't want to, like they want Walt to move away because they don't want to interact with him. They want just their culture here. So like she doesn't like that, and she doesn't like the people who completely abandoned their culture and just embraced ghetto culture, like her thug cousin and his cronies. Like she doesn't want these two extremes to consume their community. She wants there to be like a better path forward, and like to like embrace kind of being like a American citizen while still in upholding their like cultural values. And that's why she kind of takes Walt to kind of show him like the pros of this community, while also kind of like trying to like you said, like kind of bring some like a bit of American culture, because Walt is a very traditional American and very conservative like American, and like kind of show the benefits of him to those around him, and like they warm up to him after a little while.
Well, and he warms up to them.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, that moment of like, I have more in common with these people than my own family.
Yeah.
Like that's, and obviously, he doesn't say these people, but you know,
it
he
rhymes
is
with Luke's.
Yeah, but he
let me
is
hear
like,
that out.
he is like,
Oh,
holy shit! Like, well, because with Walt,
nice repetition joke, by the way, Art. Sorry, go on, Rangi.
It's kind of funny where it almost feels like he particularly gets along with the more traditionalist Hmong.
I say he'd like respects them. I would say he gets along with Sue the best because Sue.
He respects them, and as soon as he like understands, like, oh, okay, this is supposed to be respectful in their culture. He doesn't say it, and he's kind of like, okay, whatever. I guess this is like weird. This is like weird foreign shit, but okay. But he still tries to like be respectful as he can, and then he's like, oh, like I've had good interaction. If one of our understated scene with him is after he has like gone and interacted more with them, and he's like, no, I'm not accepting any more gifts.
And then he's like, wait,
wait
oh,
a
is that
minute,
food I had at your house? Oh yeah, you can take it. And he's like, bring it all
Yeah,
in.
well, it feels like it's like he has gotten more involved in the culture and the community, and now he's kind of like
He's starting to understand it.
Yeah, he understands it, and there's common values like the respect for elders that he absolutely understands and values, and the kind of the humility of it that he absolutely values.
Yeah, and I agree with all that. The one thing I would say is that you said he gets along with the best is the elders. I disagree. I think he gets best along with Sue because she speaks his language. She kind of throws his like attitude back at him.
No, I think he respects the elders the most. I think he gets along with Sue.
Well, I'm just saying the word you used earlier was gets along with.
Yeah, I was wrong.
No, that's all. Yeah, I figured because you were what you're going with, and I agree with all of it. It's just I'm saying I think he was even Tao. I think Sue is the one he like relates to the most because she's like the most like him of the Hmong community. She gets his humor and she jokes around with him the same way he would joke around with her.
Speaking of Tao, I think it's time to go to Tao.
Yeah, I like Sue better than Tao. I think she's more fun, but like Tao, like what?
One of my favorite scenes with Tao. It's the scene where you have like the youngsters that knock the old lady's groceries.
Oh yeah, it's a very heartwarming scene. He's like, "Oh, what's wrong with the youth this day?" And then he goes across the street to pick it up. He's like, "Huh, how about that?"
Well, he's like, okay, well, shit, there's a lady in need, I gotta get up, and then, like, before he can, Tao is actually over there helping, and he's like, well, shit, because that's the moment, I think,
he realizes he's a good kid.
Yeah, he realizes there is more to Tao than just some kind of fucking
petty thief
punk.
Yeah. But the one thing, because maybe it's also because I like the first half of the movie better. I still really like the second half, but just the first half's funnier and just like I feel like more memorable or like at least more quotable. The second half is still very good and very heartfelt and a lot of great character payoffs. But the first half of the film had me dying laughing and a lot of it just the because like I said, the film is really the two halves. It's Walt and Sue and then Walt and Tao, and like that's kind of like the two halves of the film. And I really like the Walt and Sue section because they have really good chemistry, and I think a lot of their banter is really fun. Like that car scene is like really. I also think great.
Sue's actress is much better than Tao's.
Oh, I 100% agree, and she has a lot more chemistry with Walt, or Clint Eastwood. Like they're like narratively, Walt and Tao's the relationship's better, but like. From a meta like chemistry perspective, he bounces off Sue's actress a lot better.
How do you feel about that, Art? What do you think?
Yeah, I think she's the better actress, and I think I agree with Iron that I like her relationship with Walt more than Walt's relationship with Tao.
I like Walt's relationship with Tao, but I don't like Clint's relationship with Bei Vang, if that makes sense. I think the actor is worse, and I like the idea of the relationship with Tao better.
I think it's a fair take.
I think the chemistry between the actors is better between Walt and Sue.
Yeah, I mean the more meaningful relationship is the one with Tao. It's just the more enjoyable one is the one with Sue.
Yeah, I say that, but I still really like the relationship between Walt and Tao. I'm a bit of a sucker for like kind of. No, I wouldn't even. Well, I do like Wolf and Cub, but I would say it's almost more pseudo father and son.
That's what Wolf and Cub is.
Yeah, but this specific thing is Wolf and Cub, but it's like a that specific subsect.
Yeah, all
It's like I'm
Wolf
gonna
and Cub.
teach you to be a man.
That's what Wolf and Cub is. It's Wolf and Cub
Well,
is
yeah, but Wolf and Cub can mean a lot of
okay.
different things.
The main thing Wolf and Cub is when you have a pseudo father teach a like younger person how to be a man, like how to like live in the world as an adult. Like it Wolf and Cub doesn't really. It's not, the trope doesn't really apply to like an actual dad and his kid. I mean, I guess you could use it that way. It's just that like it's more of a like found family is usually the Wolf and Cub from most stories that you would quote as a Wolf and Cub story. Or if it is a family member, it's like an older brother or an uncle rather than the actual physical father.
Either way, let's continue.
Wolf and Cub is the trope of a man protecting a child on a journey across a dangerous landscape.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Well, Detroit is a dangerous landscape. They shoot up his house.
But they're not on a journey through it.
Yeah,
they journey through the neighborhood.
It's more just, I'm gonna show you how to be a man.
Be a man. The strength.
Be a man. Yes, actually,
it's more of a general mentee relationship than a lone wolf and cub.
Fair. Yep. But Art, was the "Be a Man" song in the modern Mulan? Because I know the spider actor was.
No,
how the fuck do I know? I've never seen it.
You're the Mulan expert. I've dubbed you it now. You're stuck with that title.
No, what? Wait, I just told you the answer.
I've only seen the animated Mulan once, 25 years ago, but sure.
Sorry, Ring. What were you saying?
I've seen it. They didn't include any fucking songs.
There's no songs in the movie?
No, there isn't.
That's a fucking war.
Let's continue on to Gran Torino.
Tao.
No, there's a famous review line where they say the live action Mulan is better because it doesn't have any tuneless warbling.
No, well, I assume we've executed those people.
I hope so.
Rangi, what do you got to say about Tao?
So, Tao is particularly interesting because there's a very good through line of he is very much a young man, kind of between two worlds. He's dealing with kind of the expectations of both sides of his culture. Those that are kind of falling to the kind of the thuggish culture of just like gang culture within a city. Where it's like, okay, well, we need to protect our own, and how do we protect our own? We create our own group of our own gang.
It's prison logic,
yeah. That's kind of because that is kind of the thing, and you have that very early on in the movie too, and then he's also struggling with just American culture in general, where it's like.
Yeah, him trying to interact with like other Americans is really funny.
Well, yeah, because obviously he is an American. He's
a first generation
American. He
American.
Went to like a normal like school and whatever.
But
he is also. They
might have homeschooled him. That's not like.
Yeah, that's what I was just wondering if he was homeschooled.
A lot of communities like that will homeschool the kids.
That's possible, but either way,
the Mormons do it.
I don't know. He feels too adjusted to like.
Would you say he's too adjusted? I feel like that's like kind of the whole point is he's not adjusted and he needs to be taught how to interact like a fucking like regular person with these like people going about their normal lives. Like he's very awkward with the barber and the construction guy, and I feel like it would make a lot more sense if he was homeschooled.
I don't know. I felt like that awkwardness was more that these are like more like traditional conservative Americans, and as he's interacting, he's kind of understanding the language and how to interact and the culture that basically the culture he was born into, but that the rest of those around him aren't necessarily fully integrated with because they are a more recent minority within America.
I guess the
Like the
argument.
the Hmong came in during Vietnam. This isn't like, oh, family that migrated like 100 years ago. They may have faced depression. Yes, that's true. They different minorities face depression, but this is different because it's a more like a recent
Yeah.
minority, and I think that's what makes the monk particularly an interesting focus point too.
Yeah, I definitely agree, and we went into that a little bit earlier. Like them being a
Yeah.
newer, more obscure ethnic group, I think really it gives the film more flavor and depth than it would if it was like something we were more
Yeah.
familiar with, like a Latino community or a Black family. Like we kind of understand and recognize those cultures and what they're like, and I feel like you could absolutely do the same type of movie with any of those other like kind of like downtrodden poor ethnic groups that were traditionally poor.
But
anyway.
I also think the idea of like, okay, traditionalists Hmong are going to be extremely different. Like, so a traditionalist Latino family is going to be like a highly Catholic like Latino family, you know?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, there's still a Western culture, so it would, even though it's a very different type of Western culture, it's still a Western culture. Where the fact that it's an Eastern culture is like even way more fish out of water because there's way less to connect on.
Well, but you also have the fact that like, for example, like just South from Latino culture in general is like already so there is a kind of portion of it that's already Americanized.
Yeah, that's what I just said. It's Western, like they're already Western culture. Like they have the same like religious group. Like
Okay, yeah.
they
So we're
have.
using the same words. Okay,
Yeah,
we're
yeah,
using
yeah.
the
We're
same
we're doing the
words.
same
We'll
thing
move
again.
on.
Yes. Art's about to blow his brains out.
Yep. I'm trying to be more conscious of that.
I need to do a better
But
job too. But was gonna
but
say,
yeah.
go on.
So he really does feel like it is like kind of a man caught between not even two worlds, three worlds, because you have the kind of like the ghetto culture of like, oh well, we have to protect our people and we have to do this. And look, nobody's gonna protect you but yourself with the gang culture. You have the traditionalist Hmong, who I'd say he's closer to at the beginning of the film,
I would agree.
but he's being pressured into the former. And then suddenly you have Walt kind of
It's like it's
entering
a
and
third
like,
party, third road because it's kind of like a which way. I guess Eastern Man would be the new meme, right? And it's like two equally unwanted avenues, right? He becomes like basically like an isolationist old man, or he like joins a gang, and then Walt's like, well, son, there's another path, a better path. It's kind of the little meme there.
it's got stars and it's got stripes.
Hell fucking
You're gonna become
yeah.
an isolationist old man gang member.
There you go. But one thing I wanted
And
to
you know what it's called? It's called being a sportsman. It's called being a sports star. Well, you can't do that, so let's just go into construction.
I like construction. I would never want to do it, but I like the people in construction. They're fun.
My brother works in kind of a construction adjacent field, so
I'm sure he's met a vast variety of colorful assortment of colorful characters.
What Rangi means when he says he works in a construction-related field is that
He's in the mafia.
He sits in fields and watches construction.
But
yes, that is canon now. But anyway,
but one thing I did want to say, I think I kind of, even though he comes off as someone who's homeschooled, logistically, I'm like, wait a minute, who would have homeschooled him? The only other person who speaks English is his older sister. She's only a few years older, so I guess they would have had to go to school to know English as well as they do.
He no,
Yeah, because like, look, their parents don't speak English. so like it couldn't have been them, and no one else in the community
We don't
speaks
got
English.
one parent.
I
We
was
don't know.
gonna
Maybe
say
You think the dad might have
the
spoke
only
English?
thing I
Maybe.
think that
That's-
matters with I think that the difference of speaking English versus speaking specifically in the Hmong language is probably tied into why there's such a divide too.
Yeah, I mean that's something you see like the that's like it's I mean tale as old as time, or at least as old as America. Like you have the immigrant come over, they stick to their culture, and then the next generation um becomes more Americanized and more Americanized until they're completely Americanized. Like I can like relating back to my own family, like my great grandfather um uh yeah, my great grandfather, he came over to Ellis Island, right? Completely Italian. Like
nickel
didn't
mandrel.
didn't didn't speak like a lick of English. He had to learn the language obviously, or well enough to like to work a trade or whatever job he did.
Wait, why are we calling Nickel Mandrel? He might have been Gold Mandrel. You don't know.
Well, because I was just thinking older, so tin mandrel.
Anyway,
Yeah, but he might have been better though. So you have to consider that as
I
well.
mean, he probably was better than I am. Let's be honest.
well, he I mean, he came over at like age 17 by himself, not speaking the language. So that's something I
Look,
probably wouldn't be able to do.
we're already buying him. You don't have to sell him to us anymore.
Anyway, and with only the clothes on his back, yeah, all that. So yeah, he came over, got settled. Then after he got like his life settled, he went back like 8 years later to bring his wife and their kid over, or something like that. I don't know the timeline to the number. But
Either way, let's go back
Well,
to Tao. Yeah,
yeah.
he's a man between two worlds, and then he gets like this older mentor figure.
I guess I'll finish that story. Anyway, the long story short is like each generation becomes less and less ethnic to the point where like you don't even really remember that you were that way in the first place. Like my dad was the transition period, right? Like he saw all the old Italians who only spoke Italian die out when he was a kid, and then now like on the other end of it, there's no one from that authentic Italian experience
when
left.
did he join the mafia?
I plead the fifth.
Tuesday.
Anyway, back to Tao. I just wanted to long way of just saying that's kind of what happens with culture.
Yeah, Tao and Yum Yum's children are going to be pure white trash.
I forgot about Yum Yum. She's a fun little side character. She's only in like 2 scenes, but she's fun.
Yua? It was something. Her actual name was like Yua.
It's Yum Yum now. It's such a great nickname. It's the best nickname he gives any of them. Yeah, I fucking love Yum Yum.
Well, it's funny too, because it's not even that like he dislikes her, or he's like being, but he's like, no, that's a good woman. You need to look, Tao. You need to pursue her while you can.
He's like, dude. He's like, you better ask her out before I do. Is what he says essentially.
Well, yeah, and obviously he doesn't mean that, but he's
trying to like prompt. He's trying to get a rise out of him to enact, and then to his pleasant surprise, he already did, and they're going on a dinner and a movie, and then he's like, well, she's like, well, he's like, how you getting there? He's like, the bus. He's like, you can't take the bus. He's like, what do you mean? I don't have a car. He's like, you can take the Gran Torino. He's like, you're giving me the Gran Torino? He's like, huh, I guess I am, because like Walt kind of like just did it without even thinking, because he's grown close with Tao, and then like he kind of dawns on himself like, holy shit, I'm letting him drive the Gran Torino. Like he just kind of has a look of reflection on him.
Well, it's funny too, because the Gran Torino has been so sought after by so many people.
It's the nicest car in the area.
Tao, but Tao is literally outside of forces. Tao isn't like, ever since then, Tao is not like sought it. But Tao really feels like a young man looking for direction. I think that's like the main kind of focus of his character.
Oh, absolutely.
And gets it.
The film tells you this in the beginning of the film, that now that the father's dead, he has like no direction, and the one character's like, oh, he's the man of the house now. She's like, he'll never be the man of the house. Look at him. He's doing the dishes. Because he's like, it's like he's doing a woman's job. Like they keep like, even his own mother says like he does woman's work.
Well, yeah. It's funny too, because it's like mentioned like, oh, he's doing the gardening, and then Guess who in the neighborhood has like a well-maintained fucking lawn?
Yeah, the the staunchy old white devil.
But yeah, Tao is a particularly good character for the Cub. And one of my other favorite things is after he gets a cigarette burn, where he his mentality. That's I think when that's one of the moments where he fully, because he's already had moments that gained respect from Walt, but that moment where he is like, no, Walt, don't worry about it. It's not your problem. I'm going to take care of this.
and
I'm going to pay you back for those tools.
yeah, I was gonna highlight that. Like that's his the what he wanted to get out of the interaction with Walt was, don't worry, I'll handle it and I'll get you your tools back. Whereas it's like the exact opposite relationship he has with his kids. Like he didn't want anything from Walt. All he wanted to do was give back to Walt. Whereas his own kids are all they want to do is take, and anytime they want to give him something, it's with the angle of taking something else.
Or with the angle of almost kind of pulling the rug under him out from under him because like
We're doing this. We're doing it again.
putting him in the old folks' home. Is that a complete? There's an angle it could be. It could also be like, oh well, we don't actually want to deal with Grandpa.
Well, it's the spider situation all over again. They're gaslighting themselves that this is the best thing for Walt. Like, oh, he's all old and alone without Ma there, and like he's gonna need people around him, and like, well, it just so happens we get a house out of it, which is what we really want out of this interaction. So it's like they're gaslighting themselves that this is what's best for the person they want something from. It's this they have the same mindset with Walt as Spider does with Tao. I think it is. That part is definitely intentional. Because look, they both don't like, at least with certain members of their family, they don't like, because obviously Walt was super close with his wife. There's like certain members of their family that just want to take advantage of them and use them for their own gains, and they gaslight themselves into thinking they're doing what's best for the character when it's not what's best for them, and they find what's best for them in each other. Tao and Walt's relationship.
Well, speaking of Tao and Walt's relationship, it's probably time to move to Walt because we're 3 hours in.
Yeah, well, we also skipped ahead and did some of the other segments, so we're almost done.
I was gonna say we've also talked about Walt in various ways throughout. So
this is the best picture of Walt in the movie, by the way.
Yeah.
So what?
So I guess Art.
Yeah, Art, you take the lead on this one.
Art, anything you want to say about Walt?
I'm waiting for the picture. Oh, that is a good picture.
Yeah.
But you should have picked a close up of one of his fucking grimaces at people.
Oh, that's
but
is
yeah,
a good one.
I think having
just the fucking disgust in the
Walt
church is still, I think, his best face stuff.
They're both old.
Yeah, Art, you have the most familiarity with what it's like to be an old cranky bastard.
And in all
what
honesty,
are you two doing on my lawn?
Get off my lawn, you damn kids!
I'm part of your lawn. I'm sorry. I grew here.
That's good. Rangi's one of the gnomes. But this iron fella, well, I don't care for the cut of your jib.
I love that. I love that phrase.
He's also Italian, so you should also remove him.
I'm Italian Irish, the not quite white.
Oh, so you're two forms of wrong. Yeah. Okay.
Well, it's funny. You meet an Italian and an Irish character in this film, and he calls him a Dago and a Mick, and they both call him a Pollock.
Yeah, well, he's particularly friendly with both of them.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of stuff to say about it we haven't already said. I do agree with Iron's point that I do like the fact that they don't soften his harsh edges when he goes through like his kind of redemption, learning to accept other people, but he still fucking is constantly dropping slurs almost all the time.
It's like every line. It's fucking great.
Even by the end of the movie, he's calling
his will has slurs in it.
Yeah, he's using the slurs. He was a real one.
Yes.
Respect to be real.
I feel like Party's gonna put slurs in his will.
He will.
Hope so.
No, he will. I know. I'm writing his will right now. 78 different individual slurs. It's hard to believe that there were that many, but
And Party knows all of them by heart.
Oh, I can send you a Wikipedia page if you want to get even more in there.
yeah. Well, there's a lot of other ones in there, but he's trying to just go for what his family members will recognize. You know.
Also, it's a good movie when you learn new slurs. Like there's a few in here I didn't recognize, and I'm going to keep note of them.
But
Well,
Walt is
by the way-
particularly interesting because he is just kind of on there. There's one end people can misunderstand him as just a cantankerous old man, and he kind of is that. But he is he is an old man who has worked so hard for everything he's had, and everybody just wants to take from him now, as far as he's concerned. That's a lot of it, and then he's like seeing what he's worked for. Like, for example, with the family he has.
Hold on, just real quick. One
seeing-
example to support that is like it's like unlike you, I paid for these things. Because when he's like, "How do you have so many tools?" He's like, "Well, I paid for them. Something you you wouldn't know of, or something like that." Because like he's referencing when he tried to steal a
but
car.
there's also the angle that this he is also a very like morally rigid character where it's like, yeah, you tried to steal from me, so I just assume you steal.
Well, I mean, like
time
one of the
from me.
things he confessed is that he considered not paying his taxes on a particular purchase he made theft, and he regrets it because he thinks stealing in any form is morally reprehensible, and he deeply regrets that he avoided paying his taxes one time. Which I think is a
Yeah.
neat-
Also, there's an interesting trivia note. I feel like this is underselling it, but apparently Walt says a total of 53 slurs. That seems low, though.
53 different slurs, maybe.
Oh, maybe.
he does get really creative.
Oh, he
with them,
does.
too.
So, like I said, there's a few of these. I'm like, huh. I'd never heard of those before.
Well,
I will watch your career with great interest.
Iron before this messaged me and was like, like half of the lines of this movie would get you demonetized.
Yes.
But yes. Walt is very much the cantankerous old man set in his ways. He is a relic of the past, and that's kind of very clear with his demeanor. And kind of with how kids act towards him, where the early scenes of the film are very much like, oh,
Well, they're scared of Grandpa.
You get the family
like he comes down to get the
about
chairs, and all the kids like fucking like hide in fear because they were going through his shit. And they're like scared of him reprimanding them.
Well, and the
Well-
granddaughter who's like, I just want shit off of you.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
Give me the couch, give me the
you
car.
have this like vintage car, and you also have this like vintage couch that would look really good in my dorm next year when I go into college.
See,
And it's like it feels like all of his interactions with his grandchildren are transactional on their part, and he very clearly understands that, and he's almost like sick of it.
Well, I would say like he's not close with his kids, but I would say he has zero like relationship with his grandkids. Like he has like a troubled relationship with his children, but I think his kids still genuinely care about him. I don't think his grandkids gave a shit that he died.
Yeah, well, his grandkids, his grandkids didn't give a shit that his wife died either.
Yeah. Yeah,
Like,
they were goofing around in church. Like the one kid was like making a mockery of like doing the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit, and like you get down on one knee. There's a word for that, but like I forget what the gesture is physically called. But like when he does that gesture in church, like he's like has his middle finger out and he's like making up like fake names.
I wouldn't know. I'm not Catholic, but yeah, it was. It
Sign the cross.
Yeah,
Thank you,
it
Art.
was
Dude, I haven't consistently gone to church since like the 6th grade. I go Easter.
I've never-
Iron, are you Catholic?
Yeah, I am
I've
Catholic.
never been to church and I knew it.
I'm yeah, I went through my holy sacraments. Like I had confirmation. I was baptized. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But just this is
I
just
was
to say
raised
again.
So I was
Th-
raised Protestant, but my family like 2 generations ago were Catholic.
Dude, Rangi, I'm Italian and Irish. Of course, I'm Roman Catholic. Like I never had a choice.
I was gonna say, what do you mean? I'm German and Irish.
Germans are
raised
Protestants.
Protestant.
Dummy.
Yeah, but my Irish side was like 3 generations removed from Ireland.
Yeah, so your Irish side's Catholic, your German side's Protestant, so it could have gone either way. Both my sides are Catholic, so it's only ever going to be Catholic.
To be fair, I was raised Methodist, which is like closely. Well, also my German side was also Catholic for up until like 2 generations.
That is
ago.
atypical because Germans are almost always Protestants. They built the Protestant church after all.
To be fair, my German side have been in America a long time, and there's implications in family history. They left Germany because they were Catholics.
I'm trying to remember my history right. It was Germany and England were Protestant. Italy and Ireland were Catholic. What was France? Was France Catholic or Protestant? They were Catholic, right?
I think it was both.
I think
they're primarily both at different times.
I think they were primarily Catholic, though, right? Because then they have the whole Holy Roman Emperor. That would have been of the Catholic order.
Probably. I don't know. Either way,
Charlemagne.
we need to get back on track.
We're almost done. We have one character left, and then I think 2 topics after that.
Yeah. But yeah, either way, Walt is not particularly religious person. He is a man. He is a self-made man. He's a man who clearly prides himself on what he's done in life. He owns this house. He comes across as the type that's like, he very much values what he's done in life.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that's my impression of him.
And he's self-reliant.
Yeah, self-reliant, almost to like a self-destructive degree.
Yeah, he's a little too isolationist, which is kind of like why he probably also relates to the Hmong. It's like they're also isolationists. They kind of keep to themselves, and like he gets that because he keeps to himself.
Well, that too, but I also think a lot of it is like he is like, I've been in this he is that kind of old man that's like, I've been in this neighborhood.
He's like the old man from Up.
50 years. I built up this tool.
He's actually very similar to the old man from Up. They have the same journey, actually. Their wife dies, and they're an old bitter man who meets a kid who brings him.
The old man from Up's whole thing is leaving his isolated community.
But I mean, it's a bit more like, I mean, it's the same journey. I mean, it's basically, instead of leaving his community, it's Walt embracing his community, right? It's like and it's enacted the same way, and they're the same character, has the same problem. They're old and bitter because their wife has recently passed. So it's like it's actually he really is just the old man from Up.
Well, yeah, in a different vein, kind of.
It's the same. It's the same archetype and the same journey they go on. Then it's enacted by the same type of character, or at least the character serving the same function in relation to him. But yeah, I think we can get into. We spoke a lot about it in just like different chunks, but I think for the plot, right, it's basically the story of Walt learning how to turn a new leaf in the winter years of his life, which is not an easy thing to do. And I think it's a very interesting subject because like I really like old man protagonist characters. It's my favorite type of protagonist. Like obviously the young naive kid is the easiest thing to do because it's like the easiest to write for, because like you can just have all the characters like expedition dump to them because like they don't understand how the world works. That's what it is. I mean, it can be really good exposition dumping, or am I saying it wrong?
You said
Yeah.
expedition dumping.
Exposition. That's essentially what it is. I mean, it can be really well done depending on the property.
You heard of your first chat. Iron Man drill like skills, not the male type particularly.
Anyway,
Filth.
gross.
Filth. It's like, never mind.
Well, I was gonna say, is it GILF for both the male and female version? I don't know.
I guess let's move on. Anyway, the joke is.
I don't want to look it up, so.
Oh, I shouldn't have looked it up.
No, do not tell me. I don't want to know.
They search on.
Don't tell me. I do not want to know.
Anyway, for the conflicts of the plot, right? Conflict/plot, like the big one. It's a very internal conflict type of film. Like the only external conflict is the gang. Obviously, they're an important aspect of the film, but they're just kind of there periodically to remind you that they're like kind of the catalyst to accentuate the internal conflicts. This is very much an internally driven narrative where like Walt and Tao both have to kind of face up with their shortcomings and how they want to, from Walt's case, go out, how he wants to basically go out of the world, and how Tao wants to kind of go into it, right? Like it's like kind of one's starting his life, one's ending it, and they both want to do it on better terms than they're currently doing.
Yeah, because Tao is like the 18-year-old kid, like in a kind of rough neighborhood, who like we can assume like, okay, yeah, he graduated like high school probably.
Yeah, now he has no
at
prospects.
least got the equivalent.
Yeah,
and then it's like.
And now he's kind of a neat.
Prospects.
Yeah, he has very little education, no training,
just existing,
no job.
He doesn't know where to go. Doesn't know what he wants to do. He doesn't have any money for college. He doesn't have any.
Yeah, he has
options.
Yeah, he doesn't. Yeah, basically, it's either like work a dead end job and live at home with his parents, or join a gang and live in like a gang frat house. Neither are very appealing. But what I was gonna or his extended family anyway, is obviously he only has one parent at the time. But what I was gonna kind of going back in that earlier point, a more traditional film would have had Tao be the main character, because it's kind of like you still have the same type of relationship, and and Walt would still go on the same journey, but it would be through Tao's perspective. He would be the POV, and I think it's a lot more interesting to have it from the old man's POV, because I mean, there's other stories where you do it from the older person's perspective, but it's less common. I think it's more interesting because it's harder to do right than it is with the young person who's not really a fully fledged character yet. You don't have to account for as much, and it's easier to, like I said, exposit, because they're going to have gaps in their knowledge because they don't understand how the world works, whereas someone like Walt, he absolutely does by this point. And unless you do like a fish out of water story, you really can't really do it the same way. And like I think they do a really good job of doing the wolf and cub perspective from the wolf's perspective rather than the cub's.
And I also think there's a major part of the plot that is kind of almost rediscovering the old American viewpoint.
America, fuck yeah.
Through an immigrant versus through, because his native-born like kids do have a very different viewpoint. They're just like local middle-class people. They've never had to really struggle in the same way he has.
Well, yeah, because Walt has gone through his struggles. He fought in a war where like he basically he went through tough times to provide for his kids, whereas like Tao's kind of where he was as a young man. He's like facing his own struggles and demons, whereas his kids they're kind of soft, because even though he was a tough dad, their lives were pretty comfy. Yeah. Art, were you gonna say something there?
That I just said betas because you said his kids were soft.
Oh.
Also, hi Kuro in chat.
Oh, hello, Koro. How you doing?
Hey, Kuro. It's been a minute. Yeah, how you doing, Kuro? But yeah, Tao feels like very much a character who is like, well, it's weird. It doesn't feel like he's necessarily being taught. Well, there's a part that's cuddled, but I feel like it's a lot of it is he doesn't feel like he. It doesn't feel like he knows what it means to be a man, and he's trying to explore that and. Yeah, with the gang is pushing him to like, oh well, this is what it means to be a man. You're not a pussy, are you?
Yeah.
And the,
Don't
the,
be
re-
afraid,
the
you
re-
little bitch.
yeah,
Slap, slap.
that's what they're kind of pushing it to. Like, well, obviously you got to be part of our gang because that's how you be a man. Why are you doing this woman's work? Because that is what they say.
Mhm.
And then like, you have our boy Walt being like, just like, no, why the fuck are you letting these fucking cowards dictate your life?
Yeah.
Look,
But
they can't even like live on their own. They can't even go and get a fucking job.
yeah, they have to steal to provide for themselves, which is like we said, like Walt considers stealing to be really reprehensible. Like you can tell a lot by
Oh,
like the
wait,
things.
wait. Why are you saying Walt consider stealing is really reprehensible?
Yeah, but I know
I
that. But,
agree with him on the tax thing, but
that's what I was going at. It's like he holds that position so strongly that like him like doing what like every normal person does and trying to like skimp on taxes, like he considered that to be stealing. And like it's
Well,
one of the
he
three
is
things he confesses to. Like the things that matter most to him are like honest work, um,
his wife.
what's it called?
Oh,
A
honest
faithful
work,
marriage.
honest
Yeah,
relationships,
Jealousy.
and
yeah, it's honest work, honest relationships, and I guess healthy relationships, right? He had two of the three, and his biggest regret is why he saved it for last is he didn't have a healthy relationship with his sons. That's why they're not close when he wishes he was. Like that is his biggest regret in life, and like that is
and it
kind of
feels like
telling.
he
And
never
it's
really knew what he was supposed to do with them.
yeah, and I think if he
Like,
could do it over again, he would do it differently and do it better. But that's kind of like the regret, right? You don't realize how you should have done it until it's too late.
I feel like that's the whole implication of his relationship with Tao.
It's how he would have
Tao is
his second
him
chance of being a dad. Yeah,
yeah, and Tao is also like, even though he never like specifically assumes the role of of Tao's dad, it is kind of like
he's a father figure for him, absolutely. Especially since Tao's own dad is dead. Like he's absolutely a father figure for him.
yeah, and it is also like, well, like shit. This kid literally just think like me. I already identify with this kid, like, and the moment I can think of where he made that connection is literally when the old woman
Mm-hmm.
groceries get knocked out by the other kids,
Well,
neighborhood kids,
because the other
and
kids remind
Tao's
him
the
of his
one who
own
steps up.
grandkids, and then like Tao acts like how he wishes his grandkids would act, and they don't. But yeah, I do think art going back with like the anticlimax of like European films, like it's kind of you get like a microcosm that in the confession, like you're building up to it, you're expecting like this crazy war story, and it's just I wish I would had a better relationship with my kids, and then like just the audience as well as Father Jovovich are just like, what? That's it? Like that's all that's your big secret you wouldn't confess to. It's like you wish you were closer with your sons. Like really? Like it's kind of like I think it's a good microcosm of the anticlimactic storytelling that Clint Eastwood likes to do with his films. The European style, as Art dubbed it.
I guess
Yeah.
the other thing we can go off with the twist of the climax, and I think that's the major
Yeah, I think it's the one last thing to
external
touch
factor
about.
we
Yeah.
need to talk about.
Yeah, like I hinted at it earlier, where it's like he does the finger guns with the black thugs on the corner, like harassing. Man, I'm usually better with character
Sue.
names in this. Sue, yeah.
Well, Iron, he's harassing Iron,
Anyway,
which is normally my job.
but he pulls the finger guns out, and then surprise, surprise, he has a real gun, and then he does the finger gun things again, which is funny every time. And then he reaches for what you expect to be the gun like he does earlier in the movie, and then he pulls out the lighter. And the reason for that is he knew like he says we gotta be smart about this. Like the kid wanted to just go up there and shoot up the place, but he's like, that's not how you solve this issue. That's like, yeah, you might kill a few of them, the rest would probably go to jail, but they can get a much lighter sentence because they would be seen as defending themselves, whereas now they just shot dead an unarmed man and they're going away for a very long time.
An unarmed
war hero,
unarmed old
upstanding
man
member of the community. Yep. Yeah. Also, I like how Father Janovich knew something was going to happen, but he couldn't keep the police there long enough because the police were like, dude, we got other shit to do.
That's also kind of reasonable. Is there anything we want to say pacing before we go in? Before we fully go into, I think just the pacing is good.
Yeah, we already touched upon it earlier, and Art kind of led that subject. We don't have to talk about Let's go into we already did pacing. Let's do dialogue.
So it's resolution, the ending of the film.
Well, dialogue first.
Oh,
I like the dialogue's great because it features many slurs.
It's extremely natural. But also, there's a few lines that feel a little clunky.
Like what?
But you can tell that the bulk of this movie was written in a bar. By a guy who is like...
Rangi means that in the best possible way, by the way.
Yeah, between shifts on his 9 to 5 during the 90s.
But I will say, I think it's kind of... We're in a very interesting... predicament here, whereas I usually like to bring up direct quotes from the films we review and highlight my favorite lines, but all my favorite lines from this film. We've
been doing that.
Yeah, but we have to censor ourselves we're watching the live TV cuck version, whereas I actually my dad I watched it with my dad the other night, and we originally put it on the free cable one, and then all the curse words and slurs were bleeped out. This sucks. So after 15 minutes we just rented it. Or no, my dad actually bought it. He's like, I'll watch this a bunch. So we just bought it and then watched it, and this is much better.
I have the steelbook of it.
That's cool. Because my dad, a few years back when he showed me Blazing Saddles, he made the mistake of having me watch that in the cable cut, and it's every other word was bleeped out. I'm like, this sucks, and I eventually went back and rewatched it, and it's original form, and it's oh, this is so much better. Just you can't watch a film like that and bleep out all the explicitives. That's half the fun of the film.
I got a couple of lines I can comment that feature no slurs.
Get off my lawn, you fucks.
Well, there's I'll blow a hole in your face and go inside and sleep like a baby.
Yeah.
Ever notice how you come across somebody once in a while you shouldn't have fucked with? That's me.
Yeah, that's a good one. And then I used to stack mooks like you back in Korea. Obviously, you said a different word there.
I used to stack people like you back in Korea.
Just say mooks.
We used you as sandbags.
There's also the joke he tells in the bar, which we can't really...
Oh, you can tell that one. It's what's he say? He says
okay, I've got one. A Mexican, a Jew, and a colored guy going to a bar. The bartender looks up and says, "Get the fuck out of here."
That's a great part joke.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's another good line. And I once fixed a door that wasn't even broken yet.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, every line in this film is pretty quotable, if you can remember. It's just this is actually one of the rare films where I think it's actually it's overwhelming how many good lines there are to quote. It's it's oh shit, what do I even pick?
There's another good line.
This is also a problem with modern day anti-racist films.
They're cringe. They don't have fun with it.
The balls to say the words.
Well, yeah, that takes a edge out of it for sure.
And it feels fake because of that. It doesn't feel like you're rehabilitating a racist person.
Well, also,
it just feels like
it doesn't feel like a story. It feels like you're lecturing. But anyway, Art, what were you trying to say?
Yeah,
there's another good quote here that goes into your comment about how Stu always sort of voices back all the shit he says. when she invites him to the barbecue, she says there's a ton of food, and he says, "Well, just keep your hands off my dog," and she replies, "No worries, we only eat cats."
Yeah, that's a fucking great line. Also, one of this jarred my memory. One of my favorite lines from the film is "Fetch me a beer, dragon lady." That's so fucking funny.
I think I've said some of my favorite lines. Where,
Fetch
like
me
I
a beer,
said, the
dragon.
barbershop scene. The barbershop
Yeah,
scene.
that one's really good too.
Well, but the barbershop scene and then the construction worker scene where he goes and like is brought to the construction worker guy, the Irish guy, and then he's just like, "Oh yeah, sorry, I'm taking the bus. Yeah, my gasket broke, and the fuckers at the shop are trying to take me for like
Yeah.
2,000 bucks. Yeah, sorry, I'm stuck with the bus. It's like it feels like it's like he's lying because he's like obviously, but he trying to project the self-reliance, but it's also kind of fake it till you make it, baby. And also it's kind of adhering to the lessons that Walt taught him earlier with the barbershop scene.
There's also another funny moment in that scene where the foreman's like, "So what's your name?" He's like, "Town." He's like, "Yeah, okay."
Yeah, that's really funny. He just gave up trying to pronounce it.
It's just like, okay, whatever. Look, Walt is vouching for you. I can ignore it. All right. Well, Tao, do you even have a car? Can you get to work? Because it seems like he drove you. And Tao like gives him the excuse that it felt like a case where he obviously didn't believe him, but he's also kind of like,
well,
fuck, you're adhering to the right code.
Well, also, Walt,
you're adhering to the bro code. You should never tell anyone your fucking problems.
Well, also, I think the big thing here is that like Walt is the type of guy who probably rarely cashes in a favor or like vouches for someone. So like the fact that he's doing this like speaks tremendously of Tao's character. So even though Mick's like pretty sus, the fact that Walt of all people is vouching for him, like that goes a very long way, because that kind of goes like the whole thing where it's like if you vouch for everyone, you speak highly of everyone, it's kind of like a cheap whore. Like you'll give out praise and credit to every person that comes your way. Whereas like if you're a crotchety old man like Walt, who's only ever shit talking people and is bitter about everything, and like the fact that he's going to bat for his kids, like, that's all right. You're not the type of guy to do this lightly.
Walt wouldn't even give this praise or this recommendation to his own kids.
Probably not. He probably doesn't. He probably respects Tal as a hardworking, like upstanding guy more than he does his own kids. Like obviously he loves his kids, but like he thinks he's failed them, and he kind of has.
Well, remember he's like, I worked in a Ford plant for
and then his son
years.
sells Japanese cars. And he's like the disgust in his voice when he says that.
Yeah, it's very clear there is some like resentment towards his kids.
Oh, for sure.
And it is also like, I didn't raise them right. I fucked up. I was harsh on them, but I was never like...
Probably wasn't present enough. That's usually the failings of that generation. They
they
made sure they got good jobs, which they did, and they made sure that they went on to start their own families, which they did. So like he got all that stuff right. It's just that like the actual closeness part,
superficial aspects. But
I wouldn't say superficial. Family, like raising a family and having a job are pretty important. I guess maybe raising the family aspect, he would question their abilities.
What I mean superficial is he got the main objective done, but he didn't do any of the side objectives to get the good ending.
Well, no, I would say he did a good job being role of the parent. He failed the role of the friend, because like that's kind of what your parents are supposed to become later in your life. They kind of become your friends, because like obviously they're always going to be your parents, but like as you get older, they kind of start to treat you more as an equal.
Either way, Aaron, let's just get to a resolution.
I was ready for that. I was waiting for you to finish your spiel. Don't put this evil on me, Ricky Bobby.
I said
Ian, if you're done with your yapping, let's move on to resolution, because you've been talking non-stop.
Yes.
Yeah. I think we've already
Always
talked enough
trouble
about
iron.
pacing, so we can skip it.
Yeah, we did. Well, I think you might have been like playing Civ 5, but we did have like a relatively
I'm still
lengthened
playing
pacing.
Civ
Okay, well
5.
you stepped away for a bit. And we had like a 5-minute pacing conversation. Anyway, resolution. I think we talked enough about the actual death of Walt, but like the aftermath is pretty important as well. Like when they get
Yeah.
there on the scene and like Tao wants to
Well,
run up to
we
him, and the
also
Asian
got
cops like,
the fact that
Mhm.
we also got the fact that the Hmong are willing to like keep their mouth are good at keeping their mouth shut at least.
No, well, that's the opposite, right? The Hmong usually keep their mouths shut, and this time they spoke up. They like.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. I'm highlighting that, and that the fact is that Walt has made enough of an impact on the community at this point. He's been involved at this point. He's helped like raise up the community standard, and now they all do actually go to bat for him because they just and the fact that the
not only
gang
do they go
is
to bat
gunned
for
down.
they go to bat for themselves for once, which is I think something Walt was trying to like get them, because like he basically kind of considered it like a bit of a pussy culture. Like they just kind of let this gang walk all over them, and like the reason like the gang doesn't shoot up his house, they shoot up Tao's house, is because they are genuinely scared of Walt, and they don't want the retaliation. Whereas they think they can get away with shooting up Tao's house because they don't think the old like Klansmen are going to do anything about it, and they won't report it to the police. They'll keep quiet. So like they think they can just do whatever they want as long as they don't push Walt too far. But then they inevitably they do, somewhat unintentionally, because like I don't think they fully realize how close he is with these people now. Because like when he sees Sue like that, he's like, all right, it's you've committed enough terror on this community. Your time is up, essentially.
It's interesting because they're almost the reverse of Walt, right? They're the young kids that are not in tune with their community. Walt was the old man who wasn't in tune with his family. He wasn't in tune with anyone he involved. He didn't have anything in common with his kids, and he didn't really like have a strong relationship with his kids. But then Walt becomes the guy that the old white guy that is in tune with his local community.
That's probably another reason this film doesn't hold up as well. That's become like something like people who used to praise films like this, they decided that the white savior trope is actually a bad thing now.
It's weird because it doesn't feel like he's a white savior. It feels like he's kind of almost saved.
Well, Rangi, it doesn't matter. The white savior trope is just essentially you're not allowed to have the white character comes to the aid of the minority. Yeah, it is retarded. That. I know. I'm just saying.
Okay.
Yeah,
and anyone who believes in it is retarded. Okay, we've gone over that.
Fair enough. But yeah,
we can send them to the camps.
Anyway, but yeah, so
yeah, let's do it.
But
I am on board. I will vote for Rangi and sign up for his newsletter.
But the wrap up, so yeah, so they see him taking the corpse away, and they want to run up to him. They're like, "This is a crime scene, kid. Like you gotta." And like I like the little detail how like the Hmong cop like kind of like speaks to them in the Hmong language to like calm him down, and then like
that know what's going on.
Well, no, he starts speaking to the Hmong cop in Hmong, and
well the cop starts first, right?
No. Tao starts first. And
Are you
then
sure?
The cop responds.
Yeah.
I thought the cop started first.
Hmong cop responds after.
All right, who started Hmong first, the cop or Tao?
Tao.
I'm pretty sure it's
Tao does.
It was
pretty
Tao?
sure it's Tao.
Okay.
I watched Say. I'm pretty sure it's Tao.
But I'm going to go double check.
All right. Well, Art's doing that, and then you just kind of you get them carting Walt's corpse away in the ambulance. They arrest like Spider and what's his name, Smokey, which kind of sounds like a racial slur in of itself. And then they pull him away, and they kind of give him like judgmental looks, like, "Oh, we're gonna come for you." But it's like, yeah, good luck, buddy. You're doing 20 years easy. But But
Yeah,
yes,
Tao speaks Hmong first.
okay, fair enough. But yeah, so then that's taken care of. The external and internal plots are external plots completely wrapped up, and the internal plot for Walt's wrapped up. The internal plot for Tal is just about wrapped up, but we'll get to there in a second. Because then there's the film almost at. I guess you could call it the ending, because I would say the final scene is more like an epilogue. But like the film starts with a funeral and basically ends with a funeral, and it's like there's just the unintentional comedy of like, or maybe it was kind of a little bit of black comedy, but like all the Asians showing up and like his kids being like, "What the fuck?" Just that had me laughing pretty good. Just how
No. One of the funny things is one of the lines I remember is them talking about interacting with him, and it would be like, oh, Jap this and this ethnicity that, and then so I think for the kids it is almost like a what happened?
Yeah.
Because like
it was only like a
all
month
these,
ago.
like Asian.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And like all of a sudden, all these Asian people are showing up to Walt's funeral.
But that is like from their perspective, like in the course of a month, their dad went from this like super racist, bitter old man to like a pillar of the Asian community. They all came to pay their respects. They're like, what the fuck happened this last month? Like, what is this?
Well, you almost have to wonder if they're like, what?
It's like, am I being punked right now? It does feel like a practical Joker's
just
bit.
Showing out up out of obligation or something.
It really does feel like an Impractical Joker's like skit, or like Ashton Kutcher's gonna come out with the camera. And anyway, but yeah, it's and then the like we mentioned earlier, the Father Janovich gives a very different speech than the one he gave for Walt's wife, because he's been moved by Walt, and like he's like Walt knew. He's like, I learned a lot about death from Walt. Or what was the line that he says about like learning about from Walt? Do you remember, Rangi?
Specific, it's like
Something about like learning about death from Walt or something. He's like, oh, I think the line's like, Walt said I didn't know anything about death, and he was right. I didn't know anything about death before I met Walt, but I think I've learned a lot, or something like that.
I'm trying to find if I can do it.
Well, Art's doing that, and just his whole demeanor shifted. The whole community, the demeanor of the whole community shifted. Walt has made more of an impact in his death than he's made in a very long time. Obviously, his stuff in Korea was very impactful, and his relationship with his wife and raising a family was very impactful. But like, ever since the longest time, Walt's kind of just been like dying inside, and like he like basically had no reason left to live once his wife died, and he kind of found one last meaningful purpose to kind of go off on a bang with, and like really make a difference in his final days, and it's very moving.
Found a quote.
Yeah, go on.
Quite long, so distracting. Walt Corsi once said to me that I knew nothing about life or death because I was an overeducated 27-year-old virgin who heard the hand of superstitious old women and promised them eternity. Walt definitely had no problem calling it like he saw it, but he was right. I knew really nothing about life or death until I got to know Walt, and boy did I learn.
Yeah, that's a good little spiel he gives. It's kind of summarizes their relationship pretty well. And I like how like it's basically like they keep in the harsh language like in that speech in the will, because he was a harsh man, but like he meant well, and he
Iron, I need to step away. So is it fine if I just do my plug-in?
Yeah, because we're gonna wrap up now. We're just gonna do the epilogue scene. So do it now.
I just need to step away for family reasons. So.
All right, so we're about to end, so do it now.
Yeah, Rangi Nui, it's gonna be linked in the collab feature. It's probably gonna, I don't know if it's gonna be linked in chat, but yeah, check my channel out. I do gameplay footage. I was the one who suggested this movie in the first place. One of my favorite movies of all time. Check it out. Check my channel out. And have a nice night.
See you, Rangi.
Bye.
And on that note, I'm gonna leave the call.
Bye. Oh, hopefully, whatever.
I'm so glad Rangi's gone.
Yeah, fuck that guy. Hopefully, whatever he has to deal with goes well. Maybe it's just dinner. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, the last scene.
You need to change it so on the screen, so you put a big red cross over Rangi's picture.
Oh, well, okay. Well, I'm not gonna do that.
Oh,
Because we're literally we're about to end this stream, and it'd take me longer to find an image of that than it would to end the stream.
we'll sit here and wait.
What?
I said, no, we'll sit here and wait. It's fine.
Uh,
We'll sit here in silence and wait.
Yeah, sure, buddy. Me sit in silence. But yeah, so the final scene, Walt's family kind of like they're just eagerly waiting to get the house and the car from Walt because like they're greedy little bloodsuckers. They're leeches, I tell you.
It is really funny to me that he says, and I give my Gran Torino, and the girls are like, ooh, it's going to be me. And he's like, to my friend. And he's like, yeah, it's definitely me. It's like, you're a fucking delusional lady.
Yeah, he would never refer to you as his friend. He barely wanted to acknowledge you as his relative. He's kind of disgusted of all his grandchildren, but his granddaughter most of all. But yeah, yeah, so he says I'm gonna give my house to the church because my wife would have liked that, and like he did it for his wife, but also because Father Janovich made a big impression on him. So it wasn't just for his wife. Father Janovich really did make a genuine impression on him, and like even though he like didn't want to admit it, he kind of gave the father his credit, his due, and then he gave the car to Tal. So it's kind of like he gave back to the church, which cared about him, and the community, which cared about him, and like his family, who he probably should have been his closest with, and they should have, even though Walt should have did a better job, they could have did a better job, and their failings as well. It's like, well, you get the scraps because I gave away my prized possessions to the church and the Asians.
We didn't even mention like the fucking most insulting thing his kids do when his son and his wife go to him for his birthday, and they give him like the grabber stick and the phone with the huge numbers, and they're like, "Hey, maybe you should move into a retirement home."
Yeah, it's we touched upon it briefly, but yeah, it's really fucked. It's like, oh, it's like, well, here we're gonna think what we think this is best for you, and the whole like gaslighting themselves, and like, oh yeah, so we can get your house while we basically put you in like cozy prison, because that's essentially what retire homes are.
Yeah,
they're just like they're very nice looking prisons. But yeah, so yeah, that, and then Tal literally drives off into the sunset, and that's the end of the film.
Yeah,
but good stuff.
And then end with a song that is sung by Clint Eastwood.
Yeah, I did notice that. I'm like, huh, it feels weird to hear Clint Eastwood singing. I don't think I've ever heard him sing before.
Well, he is quite an accomplished pianist, and he didn't do it with this movie, but he does the score for a lot of his own movies.
I didn't know that. But
this one was done by his son, I think.
Okay. My phone just died too. My iPad and my phone died during the course of the stream, so that means it's time to wrap up.
Yeah.
Art, closing thoughts.
I really like this movie. It's probably one of my favorite movies that Clint Eastwood's directed. Well, yeah, it's really good, and I recommend people check it out.
Yeah, I mean, I think our just shy of 4.5 hours speaking about this film goes to show how much we enjoyed it. There's a lot to say. There's a lot to praise. We didn't get super in depth into every little aspect, but I think we did a pretty good job just comprehensively covering the film. I don't think there's really any major parts we skipped over. But yeah, I think we're starting to get a bit.
Unfortunately, we didn't get into the time travel mechanics, but next time.
But I think we are starting to hit a better groove with the flow of how we review this. I think this was our best flowing stream of the three we've done so far, which is a good sign that we're getting better.
Yeah.
No half-hour conversations about supply chain in the middle of it. I know you were fucking rolling your eyes into the back of your head during that. Anyway, but yeah, I think we did better job of keeping on track. I think our tangents, we did a better job of minimizing them and getting to the point of why we're on a tangent in the first place. And yeah, I really enjoyed talking about it. Really recommend it to anyone who likes Clint Eastwood movies or anyone who just likes kind of like a slower character-driven story in general. But yeah, great stuff. I've only seen 2 Clint Eastwood movies that I'm aware
God
of.
damn it.
I know I need to watch more, but it's my
Ask
favorite
me how
of the
many
2.
Clint Eastwood movies I've seen.
All of them.
51.
Whew. I need to watch more, but I really like Dirty Harry, but I like this one better. But yeah, good stuff. Highly recommend it, and that's all I gotta say about that. Hakuna Matata.